วัสดีค่ะมาดังกันมากาXin chào. So good morning to everyone here. My name is Rochitanuwat meeting with you again. So this is on the program of the Layer Week webinar, which is organized by Informa Markets and support by PEPCO and Animal Husbandry Association of Vietnam. So this webinar is following up with our celebration of World Egg Day on 8th of October. And yesterday is our first day of the Layer Week webinar, which focused mainly on some of the issue on the nutrition in the layer and also the system that is going to be the new way of producing layer egg, which is on the cage-free system. Today I have very well-known speakers, and the topic will cover on how to make the sustainable layer farming. Sustainability is an inevitable topic in nowadays market. It is not only the trend that consumer looking for the sustainability products, but it is become a mainstream of the business. And today you will hear that what is the real practice that happened in Philippines, and hear from our expert from Big Dutchman, Scoff, and on the water side from Prominent, and also from Global Food Partner on the cage-free system for the layer production, which consumer is placing us with the pressure that the products should come from like happy animal with human production. So we are going to be together today till 4 p.m. So please be conscious of the time, which is we are broadcasting in ASEAN. So we are going to have 2 time zones. One is Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia time, and another it's Philippines and Malaysia time. If you may take note on the timing, all right? So the very first topic that we are going to cover today is about the sustainable layer farming in action. So that this topic will spend about nearly 1 hour, about 50 minutes, and then we have a break. Then we will come back to meet each other to have the topic about the ventilation, how it can improve your layer production. And it is really concerned about the system using in the tropical zone and how to be like energy saving as well. Then followed by the waters, the big issue in the ASEAN market on the water quality, how water impact the health of the layer and how we can use water efficiently. So altogether, this is the morning session. Follow up by the afternoon session, we're gonna listen to Big Dutchman, our gold platinum sponsor on the modern farming and waste treatment, which is definitely on the sustainability side that livestock sector now getting impact on the customer pressurize. And last one will be on the cage free. All right, so I'm ready to pass over the first session to our guest speaker on sustainable layer farming in action. So the speaker is from Batangas Egg Producer Multipurpose Cooperative, which is we call in short PEPCO. They are going to talk about the sustainable layer farming that they cooperative implement in Philippines, and followed by Mr. Richard Young, the president of Bright Light, on the lighting that they are using in the layer farm. I would like to pass to Ms. Judith and Mr. Richard now.
To everyone, I am Judith Alday Mangmang, the Cooperative Manager of Batangas Egg Producers Multipurpose Cooperative, and I am here today to discuss the sustainable layer farming in action in the Philippines. So BEPCO, or our cooperative, is established in 2010 to collectively address the challenges of the egg industry. whether it's farm waste management or the avian influenza disease outbreak. The cooperative with a group of 55 members who are egg producers and into the business in the egg industry, they have collaboratively grouped themselves to be able to come up with solutions and to be able to set up infrastructures together with the public people and partnerships to really get the livelihood going and sustainable. BEPCO's vision is to unify the agri-tech industry to meet the global needs to nourish families and consumer. And in the last World Egg Day celebration, together with the Informa Markets and International Egg Commission, we have highlighted the innovations from the egg. And part of also of our mission is to have win-win-win solutions to be an environment sound, socially responsible, and economically viable agriculture industry for the benefit of its stakeholders. And our activities mostly of BEPCO includes the egg innovations. So we value add the table eggs to increase the shelf life, to improve the stability and reduce food waste during lean season. We have value added the products. We have the pasteurized eggs. We also have the ready to eat eggs and the egg powder. And part of this innovation, we also want to manage the handling and distribution of the eggs through these innovations. And BEPCO is also a shared service facility since the infrastructures that we have are public-private people partnerships, and we have the egg processing facility, laboratory, logistics, and composting technology. These are the infrastructures that will support the growth and modernization of the layer farmers. The cooperative also is the vehicle for the continuous education and improvement. And every month we gather our members to show them the latest technologies, and together with our partners in the industry to make them aware that there are various technologies that can improve efficiency and productivity of the egg production. And also the next generation or the children of our member farmers are enjoying our monthly kapihan ng mga taga-BEPCO. So even at their young age, they can know what's going on with the egg industry and how their fathers and mothers are addressing these challenges. And lastly, BEPCO, part of the projects is to really be sustainable and extend to the community. So we provide a holistic approach in providing solution to the needs of our members, clients, and communities based on volunteerism and love for country. The business model of BEPCO includes the integrated closed-loop poultry farming system. This approach is actually introduced in the year 2018, World Egg Day also. So we introduced the concept to our members and to our stakeholders that addressing the circular economy by identifying areas in the value chain that needs to be improved and that needs to be converted for the use of another sector. So in the value chain, so from the inputs to the feeds, to the farm, egg terminal or warehouses, to egg processing, to the market, and finally to the household. So we identified what are the byproducts of these sectors and how can we convert these byproducts to be inputs of the another sector. In example, the farm waste, like the chicken manure, was being converted as natural fertilizer, and some of also converts the manure to energy. So we would like to introduce the case of San Jose, Batangas. The Egg Basket of the Philippines. This is where the cooperative is located. So the Egg Basket of the Philippines is producing around 10 million eggs daily, and this municipality is considered the Philippines' top egg producer. In our town, so we have been implementing the closed loop poultry farming system as a whole, since the farm composed commercial to medium scale and also backyard farmers, poultry raisers. And what we did is the cooperative led the closed loop poultry farming system to unify the agri-tech industry. The pilot will be in San Jose, Batangas. So in our value chain, we have first, we have 342 registered farms in San Jose, and these farms produces around 700,000 kilos of chicken manure daily. So what we did is the use of composting technology to convert the chicken manure to be a natural fertilizer. So the chicken manure, it's branded now as Greenland. This technology has been used by the crop farmers in the northern and southern Luzon, those that have high production of vegetables and crops. But inside the San Jose perimeters, some of our members are already planting corn. So they are also using the chicken manure as a ameliorant to increase the efficiency, the productivity of corns. And this corn is to be utilized by the feed milling industry. So since we have high production of eggs, we also have many feed mills in San Jose, and some are commercial and some are for own use for their farms. We have around 33 feed mills. And also, for the egg production, we know that there is a high production season for the chicken, but when they reach around 100 weeks, the eggs, they will be the productivity will be decreasing. So the hens will be called spent hens and needs to be culled and to be sold off. So these spent hens, we have partnered with another cooperative to set up a meat cutting facility to accommodate the use of spent hens as another source of meat products. So we have one facility now in San Jose. It will be inaugurated this year. So it will have additional impact as the spent hens can be also pursued as a cheap source of protein. And we have lots of our farms in San Jose have their own warehouses or egg terminals. But for the backyard farmers, they usually sell off their produce to a nearby egg terminal where egg dealers will be coming to do business in this egg terminal. But some of the eggs, if they are not sold as fresh, it will be processed by BEPCO and by another egg processing facility. So in San Jose, we have 2 egg processing facilities. And part also of our processing, we have byproducts like the shell, which we are also converting to crushed eggshell, dried crushed eggshell that serve as calcium source for plants. And we are also looking on to have infrastructure that will also address the bones and feather of our chicken. So, and we are partnering with the other cooperatives in the marketing of our produce. So this is our project together with the Department of Agriculture. We have established an automated composting facility wherein we transform the chicken manure as natural fertilizer. This will reduce the greenhouse emissions as this chicken manure will be used for crop production. So the crops will synthesize the gases to be able to utilize as part of the nutrient need of the plants. And we have also set up some demo sites for the use of this processed chicken manure and a laboratory to assess the nutrients and to help the crop farmers in identifying the needs of their production. We also have another project. We have named our project as One Tree for Every Hen, since our cooperative farmers raises lots of hen. It is now our advocacy that for a hen that I raise, I will steward one tree. So the cooperative members recognize that trees are important in the sustainability of their egg production. So some of our members, what they did was to plant trees as borders, enable to produce more oxygen for the birds and for the compound. And also, these trees also serve as curtains, or they minimize the dust that will be going out from the compound. So since we have 10 million eggs, so the target will be 10 million trees that we will need to steward. The Philippines is now crafting the layer roadmap to really achieve a sustainable egg production and to be competitive in the global market. So part of the key result areas of the egg industry on sustainability in the Philippines is to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. And we recognize that in utilizing the chicken manure as natural fertilizer, this will help a lot and we can set up the numbers to be able to really identify the impact of our improvements. And also, part of the sustainability is to reduce the water consumption by installing water-saving devices, and also having a system on reusing the water. And lastly is the reduction in energy consumption. So to reduce the energy, various technologies are already available, such as solar panels to reduce the energy that the poultry use. And also, we also have the LED filament lights. These lights will be further discussed by our partner, Mr. Richard Yang of Right Light.
Okay, good morning again, everybody. I will do a short presentation of Right Light filament bulbs, which for the last several years, BEPCO has been using for their poultry houses. Right Light with our mother company, Global Lighting Philippines, over the last 30 years has been manufacturing and supplying bulbs worldwide. The only remaining light factory in the Philippines with high quality, past US quality standards. In 2004, after Philippines closed down their factory, we are the only bulb factory left in the Philippines. But we do mostly exportation, especially with GE International. We used to sell them about 15 to 16 million bulbs every month from 1990 up to about 2010, 2011, when China started doing their LED diode. All of our products, 100%, are designed and handcrafted by Filipinos. We have extensive range of our bulbs from home or commercial use, which is shown here right now. And we have about more than 200 different molds of different design. As a matter of fact, sometime about 10, 12 years ago, we did a small bulb that shows the Coca-Cola bottle that should have been given away during the Atlantic Olympic. We try to introduce a box of 9 to, as I've said earlier, that our products are not locally available in our hardware nationwide. It's only through the cooperative groups in the Philippines that sell or distribute our bulbs. And the reason why I'm showing a box of 9, after we did a careful survey of bulb usage per household, we decided that these 9 pieces of bulbs is good enough to light up a household here in the Philippines. Our LED filament bulb is different from what the general public knows about LED. There are 2 kinds of LED. The other one is LED diode, which has those big diodes, which I will be showing. And I would also show how the advantages of LED filament compared to LED diodes. Here, we will show the characteristics of each and every lamp, from incandescent lamp, which was started by Thomas Edison way back, But during those days, there was no concern about climate change, about the environment. So the incandescent lamp is not really eco-friendly. Then came the fluorescent tube light, which uses mercury, which is harmful to human health, emits UV particles that are harmful to the skin, mess up with Wi-Fi signal because of thermionic emission, high power consumption. Then came the CFL lamp. Plastic uses mercury, which is again harmful to human health, shortened service lifespan, toxic to the environment. The LED diode bulbs, plastic emits carbon dioxide, destroys human retina, according to a study made in China through their media, that around 720 million in China people suffers myopia due to exposure to diode LED lights, most common in the market right now. Our LED filament light is eco-friendly, compact, full glass design, recyclable, power saving, saves up to 60 to 70% compared to the LED diode. Compared to the other types, incandescent, and I believe it's going to be more than 70% saving. It's dimmable and 360 degrees light angle, 20,000 plus hours with a usage of 10 to 20 hours daily. 5 year, the reason why I put here 5-year warranty, to give credence to our product when the local cooperative members start buying it from the Philippines, because most likely, if ever there would be some problem, they don't need a receipt for a return policy, and it's 100% made and designed in the Philippines. Why it saves money, reduces electricity expenses up to 70%. Right Light is the only LED filament bulb in the Philippines that has a power factor of 0.85 to 0.96. Power factor measures the actual consumption of the lamp and bulbs. International standard would suggest 0.8 is okay for an LED filament bulb, and I'm very proud to say that our power factor is 0.85 to 0.96. Compare the power factor computations, we are much higher than the other brand, which are the LED diode, which has only a power factor of 0.4 to 0.51. Here, the energy cost comparison for 20,000 hours. Well, actually, thank you, Miss Judith, because it was Judith of BEPCO who did this computation while they were using our Right Light in their poultry houses, which is, she did a comparison on how much saving, of course, in a Philippine peso, the figures are on a Philippine peso. And we, of course, she showed the background of a poultry house. So we thought of really suggesting to BEPCO to introduce our bulb to the Poultry Association nationwide, because it would reduce so much of energy use and for the cost, because you don't have to replace your bulb continuously. As we were told, a lot of poultry houses, they would replace their bulbs about 50 to 60% every time that they harvest or do sanitation to clean up their poultry houses, they have to replace the existing bulb that they use about 50 to 60%. Here is the interesting facts, about using diode LED lamps, and as I've said earlier, nearly half the people in China, an estimated of 720 million, have uncorrected sight problems because of using LED diodes, here is the exact configuration of how the LED diode would be shown. This is the inside of the bulb, which you would see on the rightmost side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 big diodes, to produce the light of about 180 degrees. Why did I say 180 degrees? The photo will show that half of the bulb are hard plastic. So the envelope, it's only about one half that would bring out the lumen, the lights from the bulb itself, This hard plastic that I'm talking about is the heat sink. They need a heat sink, to reduce the temperature of the bulb. Again, our right light doesn't produce any hot temperature because we put helium on our bulbs to maintain it, to maintain the coolness of the bulb. Here, it would show what I was suggesting earlier about the 180-degree angle for a LED diode and a 360-degree viewing angle for an LED filament. At the same time, for the color rendering, it has a big effect, most especially in when you serve food in your own household or even in restaurant. I would suggest, you'll notice some of the restaurants before and up to this time, they use fluorescent lamp on their in their dining area. So you would see that the color rendering of the food presentation is very poor, so much so that right now here in the Philippines or even in other Asian countries, they use other kinds of they use LED filament, to correct the color rendering of foods. Also, reduces pollution and so gives you a greener footprint. Eco-friendly LED filament lighting, recyclable glass bulb, do not heat up, dimmable, and have 360 light angle. And we have an extensive range of different designs, to suit your lighting needs. Here, we showed a little of how we do our quality assurance to our customers. Each and every bulb that we bring out from our factory passes through this 72 to 96 hours of seasoning process, okay? And we do have a photometry reading that would correct the number of voltage and has enough lumen depending on its designated number of watts. The proper designated number of lumen should be 100 lumen per watt. So if you're using a 10 watts LED filament, the lumen should be 1,000 lumens. Again, there are some LED filament made outside the Philippines that produces only 50% of the lumen because of the kind of driver that they use. So here we showed a little of our production area, how we do the quality control, for each and every bulk that would be sent out. Well, here it's more of a local media presentation of what our government is trying to do to help our Buy Local, Go Local campaign. So to finish my presentation, right valves lead you to the right path towards the right life. Choose right life. You will notice, right should be spelled right, R-I-C-H-T, but it was spelled right, R-Y-T-E, because that's my initial, R-Y. So it's more of a keeping maybe my legacy, just like what Thomas Edison did. Again, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. For detailed discussion, please contact my email address. Thank you again so much.
Thank you, Mr. Peter and Judith. Right now, I would like to invite both of you to open the video. So we are going to be in the Q&A session. There are few questions coming in. So definitely so great to see that the Philippines layer group by BEPCO BEPCO in Batangas is very well advanced, very impressive on the value added products you implement. So Judith, I would like to ask a bit in more information. You mentioned about 55 members in Batangas. It is how many layers in that you are talking about?
Hi, Ms. Rose, and hi to everyone. The Batangas Egg Producers Multipurpose Cooperative membership is already nationwide. So we have members from our Central Luzon to until we also have members in Mindanao. So, but mostly our members are concentrated in Batangas. And at present, the total layer population is around 10 million.
All right. So how is the total layer population in Philippines indeed?
Yeah, the egg production here in the Philippines is in 2020 is more than 600,000 metric tons, and the estimate is of the industry is at 90 million layer population.
Yeah, and the industry in Philippines today, it is more on the home mix or the integrated layer farm?
Now we both have integrated layer farms, but most of the registered farmers are medium and backyard farmers.
All right. So can you elaborate more, like explain more to us, like how you implement the sustainability approach? Any challenge that you guys facing when getting the farmers? Okay, you need to collect the manure. You have to do this, do that.
Yes, this sustainability program was just launched in 2018, and the projects that we have are still in pilot stage. And actually, what we did is, for example, for the composting technology, we have developed it to be an ambulant, or it can be done on a farm site, or it can be done in a hub. So for those farms, that is hard to, because some farms have old housing. They have an old housing system, and it's very hard to reach through to to collect the manure. So these are done manually, and this will be transferred to the hub. In that system, we can cater both to the small scale farmers and to the commercial farms.
When you said ambulance, right? I am getting right.
Portable.
Yeah, but the portable. So meaning the cooperative take that ambulance into the farm for the farmers.
Yeah.
Oh wow, very nice. And did to be like very direct, is it the farmers really understand about the sustainability or at the approach, or it takes quite some time, or it takes very easy?
Yeah. For the large farms, they will really keep this in mind because high population will entail also the necessary compliance, and also they will really take care that their neighbors will not have any complaints. But for the smallholder farmers, we need to group them so that we can collectively address, to collaborate with them. That's why, as you can see in our presentation, it's the case of our whole municipality. So we can enjoin every farm inside the municipality. Aside for the farm waste management, the biosecurity is another challenge because this is like a municipality with many poultry farms. So that's why it needs a shared service facility to really cater to the needs of the farmers, because not everyone can afford to install the composting equipment and the necessary biosecurity facilities.
Okay, so now come to the commercial part a bit, because we are like in the 19 months already with the pandemic, and I know that Philippines has higher MCQ and higher level, you know, and block the transportation. So it must affect the egg transportation and must have surplus egg production happen. How did you manage for your members in terms of the egg surplus? And adding question on that, when the situation is of lower selling price, how did cooperative support or working with the layer farms?
Yes, it's really, I think it's the challenge of every country now. Here in ASEAN, there is a market slump, and it does not exclude the eggs. So mostly that's why we have egg innovations, and we are moving on with our spray drying project to collect the eggs and to dry them as egg powder. But of course, the operations expenses cannot really afford to collect all the excess eggs. So some of our members, with the increasing cost of feed inputs, they have to cut down their population.
You mean cut down the commercial hen into the farm?
Yes, they reduce the hens that they sell off the hens.
All right. I think some of the audience may want to hear the answer to this question that I'm going to raise. Is that the government of Philippines support the projects?
Yes, the cooperative is we have the vision of the co-op is to really unify the agri-tech industry, and we cannot do it alone as a private sector. We really also need the support of our government. That's why we are also lobbying to the public sector that we have to really work with them, and we have to for them to realize the impact of our partnerships.
The government provide any incentive or like, for example, if I'm layer farm and I'm do zero waste, any such program on the incentivize to the farmers?
At present, the partnerships involve setting up infrastructures. For BEPCO, as a consolidated group of farmers, we have the egg processing plant, wherein we can value add the eggs to meet the requirements of institutional food manufacturers, and also the composting technology. So these are the infrastructures supported by the government. And also to do some linkages. For example, there are other regions that will need our eggs or our processed chicken manure. So they will be tapping the cooperative to cater to these needs.
Okay, so now I have some questions to Mr. Richard, Young Forever. I remember you. Mr. Richard, there is a question on the lighting that's coming in. The question is about, let me say, is it the daylight or warm white? How much per piece? I was like wondering this customer might be interesting. I put in a way that is it to change the lighting to be more like energy saving. You see the cost of investment is higher or reducing?
Well, if to answer the question of one of the guests, okay, I can send some price comparables, you know, comparing our LED diode, LED filament bulb compared to other bulbs like LED diode or CFL, okay. But as I've said, BEPCO for one have already tried, okay. The reason why it's very, it would sound very cheap, you know, because firstly, with the poultry raisers right now, we went around the Philippines, you know, Philippines, we have three big, not only region, you know, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, you know, and as what Miss Judith suggested, we have so much poultry. With Batangas alone, they can produce 10 million eggs a day, you know. So while going around and doing a survey, you know, we found out that every time that they do cleaning for their poultry houses, they get about 50 to 60% of their bulbs were busted, you know. So, well, of course, there are several causes for that, you know. But with our experience supplying poultry farms all over the Philippines, we are not encountering that kind of a big problem. Okay, and also because of the power saving alone, you can just imagine if one poultry house that would have about 3,000-4,000 egg laying hen, you know, and let's say they spend about 1,000 pesos a month for their power consumption for the bulbs. With right light, they spend 500 pesos, and if they have about 100 or 300, or if we talk about thousands and thousands of poultry houses in the Philippines, you can just imagine how we can really protect our environment. That's why I would always suggest first, you know, that our bulb is climate change sensitive, you know. And also, by the way, I'm also an advisor of our Climate Change Commission in the Philippines, you know. That's why I will never touch anything that is not eco-friendly, okay? So as I have explained, you know, the price would be very, very competitive, uh, just like giving the price that they are asking, you know, it depends really if it's in the Philippines, if they will use it in the Philippines. If they are in the Philippines, they can get it through any cooperatives. Like for example, in Batangas, our province of Batangas, BEPCO is the sole distributor of Right Light because, as I've said, we are not in the hardwares. Our product is not in the hardware. Just tapping the 22,000 cooperatives in the Philippines that has about 12 to 15 million members. I just thought of, you know, maybe in about 5 to 10 years, I can convert all the members' household into a very eco-friendly bulb. And at the same time, helping them so much, save money, replacing their bulb all the time and their cost for their power saving.
All right, Mr. Richard, thank you very much. If you don't mind, I would request you to put your email in the chat because some of the audience want to know that how to reach to Light. Probably even from other country want you to give some recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Richard.
Thank you, Ma'am Rose. Thank you.
Yeah. Back to Judith. Judith, the question from the audience here want to understand a bit more on your layer farming in overall in Philippines, that what are the current issue that layer industry is facing?
Yeah, so at present, the layer farming actually in the Philippines has grown from after pandemic and also after the African swine flu fever in hogs, because some of the hog raisers has shifted their operations to layer farms. So we have so the effect of putting up this more hens has been now felt by the industry. And that's why BEPCO, as a leader in the egg industry, we are promoting the consumption of eggs, because eggs really have high nutritional value and needed by the consumers. So with this egg protein promotion, we are looking that the number of hens that has been set up will be able to provide the necessary supply for the increase in egg consumption. But at present, as we are still in the process of the promotions, and the farmers have to cut down the number of hens so as to manage the profitability in the farms, because they have to balance the increasing cost of the inputs, but the selling price is not yet increasing. So we are just managing so we can continue the farm operations.
Judith, BEPCO also sell feed to the farmers, or they produce on their own and you help in the BEPCO support in terms of negotiating for the corn, soybean? How does it work?
Yeah, BEPCO at present is not selling any inputs, but we are linking partners in the egg industry, for example, suppliers of animal health products. If also we have already other poultry equipment, so we are linking them through our monthly gathering of BEPCO for them to introduce their products. And also, but for the feed inputs, we are we have we are lobbying with the government to support the corn livestock partnerships, so that in the locality of the farmers, there will be corn production to be able to supply to the feed mills.
All right, thank you very much. And I can see that you also the BEPCO start doing a lot of innovation, like having the processing plant for the liquid egg, powder egg. That kind of things mean BEPCO buy back egg from the farmers, or how it's done?
Yes, we are buying their eggs at a fair price.
All
Then
right.
we are selling this to the institutional markets and also to government agencies as a cooperative.
Okay, so I see that BEPCO has worked already a lot on how to make the existing farm more sustainable, which is the way to make the sustainable business. So right now we get the pressure from the consumer retailers on, no, the chicken should have like their natural behavior, have to produce with humans. So the topic of cage-free coming in, how BEPCO working toward that direction of the pressurized from retail?
Yes, actually we are connecting to those that organizations that have been doing cage-free farming, so we can assess on our end what will be because mostly our members are using commercial cages, and since the market of the cage-free eggs is growing, we are also looking into it, but we are also looking on how it will be sustainable. Cage-free farming offers a lot for the welfare of the chicken, so we are still thinking on because I think there is a decline in the production in the cage-free. So we are coming up with a plan on how we will transition from commercial cages to cage-free farming. So there are many variables to consider. So primarily, if we can reduce the feed inputs, it can also we can also achieve the objectives of cage-free farming. So it has to be an end-to-end. So and also considering the market and their requirements, they are also helping us out on how we can do it.
All right, thank you very much, Judith. I think I would request you the same to put your email down, because there are some layer farmers interested to be in your member and want to ask more about the rendering plan, something like that. So it's time for the next session now. Thank you, Judith and Mr. Richard. Salamat po. Hope we can catch up again in the next webinar. So ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to the next session, and for we could not have a coffee break for you, but don't forget to bring a glass of water with you and have a sip of water in order to boost up your energy. Can you believe that 300 milliliter of water can boost up energy up to 25%. So next topic will be on the layer ventilation. It is exciting to hear about that because in ASEAN country, if talking about Vietnam, Hanoi is one type of weather and Ho Chi Minh is another type of weather. And then come to Thailand, very hot country as well. And right now it's raining heavily. So the topic now, Mr. Mark Wright, the poultry specialist, business development from Scope in Asia will share with us like layer ventilation also can improve your return. And let's see like what Scope put in the slogan, improve your return. And with the Scope, they make the climate and farm management solution, providing the better overview and increased growth. Let's hear from Mr. Mark Wright. May I invite Mr. Mark? Hi, Mark. I think you have to unmute. I see your slide already.
Mr. Mark, please come back to the main channel. Are you in the English room or Vietnamese room?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have some like the technical. For the Vietnamese audience, you can hear the Vietnamese one in the interpretation at the icon down of the screen. Mark. Hi, Mark. Can you say again? I'm not sure why you was in the interpretation room. So might be because of your translator use the same email as you. By forwarding the Zoom link. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the audience that with me here, let us help each other now. So you see the screen, you see the interpretation on the right bottom. Can you go and place in English? You will hear Mr. Mark. All right, Mark. I can hear you because I now jump into the English room. So, yes, please.
là cho
If you
gà
look
thịt,
at the
cho ta thấy được là ở gà thịt khu vực nhiệt độ tối ưu cho gà thịt phát triển là khoảng từ 21 đến 22 độ C. Trong khi đó ở gà đẻ trứng ở phía dưới thì nhiệt độ tối ưu có tương đối rộng hơn là khoảng từ 22 cho đến 26 độ C.
Looks like we've got some Vietnamese interpretation going on here as well. If you look at the top part of the slide here, you can see the range or the narrow spot or the sweet spot, as I said, for the broilers around the 21 degrees, performing well in terms of average daily gain and feed conversion. If you look down the bottom, you can see about a 5 or 6 degree range, Celsius range for the layer birds to perform at their best. So they're performing well in terms of feed intake, eggshell quality, rate of lay, and egg weight. If you look to the left or the colder part of the slide there, down to the 18 degrees, you can see colder certainly has an effect on feed intake. And over to the right, you can see as the
Ở khu vực nhiệt độ tối ưu
temperature
thì
increases, as the temperature increases, you can see there is a negative impact on performance, especially once you get up and over 30 degrees. Okay, so changing soon. Okay, if we look a little bit closer in terms of wording rather than numbers, remember I said less than 20 degrees, it's a bit like us humans. Once we get cold, we tend to eat more. We're looking for more feed to keep ourselves warm. So once you go below about 20 degrees, you can see an increase in feed intake of the birds. Once you drop below 15 degrees in the chicken house, you can see a quite dramatic effect on terms of eggshell quality, production, even things like mortality. Birds become more susceptible to respiratory disease. Once you start getting up and over 26 degrees Celsius, it's totally the opposite. So birds tend to eat less. They tend to start panting more. And basically they're eating less because they don't want to emit heat once they're digesting the feed. So the birds are genetically programmed to lay an egg a day. They keep laying the eggs, but unfortunately what happens, they can't take the vitamins and the nutrients that they need to produce a good egg. So you can see as the temperature rises, they start eating less and the eggshell quality starts to get worse and worse. Once the birds start eating even less, you start having impacts on hen mortality. So it has a negative effect on hen mortality once you get into the higher percentages. So changing now. This was work done about 10 years ago, saying the same sort of information. You can see egg production up and over 30 degrees is dramatically affected once you start getting houses up that in the temperature in your chicken house like that. You can see egg weight goes up, decreases as the temperature rises. And you can see there's quite an increase from sort of up to 27 degrees Celsius, and then you've got 0.8% per 1 degree Celsius over 27 degrees. So again, once you get, in higher percentages, you get more and more negative impact on egg weight. And feed intake, very important. As I said, if you look down the bottom there, 30 to 35, you can see 2.3% per increase in Celsius and 4.8% per increase over 35. So we do see these temperatures in chicken houses, and I think everyone's experienced it's very difficult to get birds to eat feed, and it has negative impacts on your output. Changing now. Okay, so let's a little bit more about the ideal climatic conditions we need to produce in terms of maximizing your performance and your returns. Changing now. So remember I said there's negative impacts in performance over 30 degrees. You want to have a look at this, what we hear. This was done by one of our SCOVE sales representatives in the Philippines. And as I said, I've got a lot of experience in places like southern India, and I'm familiar with seeing layers and broiler breeders in what I call an open house. So what I mean by an open house versus a closed house, the open house has no solid side walls, and sometimes a hole in the top of the roof as well, or ventilation, area in the top of the roof. So a closed house to me is a solid wall, solid roof house and running on negative, generally running on negative pressure to create airflow. This house, this open house is relying on natural airflow. And this temperature here, as I said, has been recorded in actual performance here. And this is certainly, as I said before, will have a negative impact on performance. Changing now. So there's a general trend across Asia in terms of going from what, as I said, an open house to a closed house. I remember when I first started going to the Philippines in 2007, only about 10 or 20% of broiler houses were what I call closed house. From my colleagues tell me today, somewhere around 70%, 2021, of houses in the Philippines, broilers, are closed house. And I understand the big integrators, you must, if you're building new, you must build a closed house. And there's reasons why we do this, or why they want you to do this. Layers, 2021, somewhere around 15% of layers in the Philippines are closed house, and it's increasing all the time. But as electricity cost comes up and cost of productions, we look to see more people going to a closed house situation, and which we'll explain that as we go through the slides today. Changing now. Okay, so I talked before about the challenges of dimensioning or designing a layer house. What do we face? Changing. I think Rose mentioned about some of the challenges we face in the weather conditions. We used an example here just to show people, there's two things we're trying to show here. So we've got South Vietnam and North Vietnam. So the two things we're showing here is in temperature. We're looking at temperature only at the moment. One thing you notice on the left hand, just an example here, you see what I call a big diurnal change between the hottest part of the day and the coldest part of the day. And you can see in this example here, probably up to 12 degrees variance between hot and cold. Also, if you look on the right-hand side in Hanoi here, a little bit north and a little bit colder, through a percentage or a number of months in the year, the temperature drops below 20 degrees during the night. So, and you can see the daytime temperature is cold as well. So around the 20 degrees, that's an area where you just cannot, in our opinion, rely purely on a tunnel ventilated house. And we'll talk about that in the next 2 or 3 slides. So we get one, big changes in daytime temperature. 2, we get cold weather or colder weather in certain parts of the year. In many places I visit in Asia, they say to me, oh, it's always hot, it's always hot. It's not always hot. So you need to look at what happens during day and night throughout 12 months of the year. Changing now. We looked at temperature, but also let's look at humidity. And this is probably the key in what we're talking about, how we ventilate layer houses. So again, if you look to the left-hand graph here, that's Ho Chi Minh City, the right being Hanoi. And you can say for many months of the year, the average humidity is somewhere around 80% or getting close to 80% in both of those areas. And what does that mean? It makes ventilation, especially trying to cool birds using water, extremely difficult. If you start putting too much water, say over cool pads for your ventilation, you're actually adding humidity to the chicken house. And what does that mean? That means that you're putting the birds under respiratory stress because they simply cannot release heat in those high humidities. So it really only leaves one form to try and cool birds, and that is air speed. Changing now. Okay, so what is our solution? What is our recommendations for many parts of Asia? We would recommend what we call a combi tunnel. So combi meaning 2. So during as much time as you possibly can, and you can see this is a representative of a layer house in here. If we were designing a house for you, we would come with a diagram like this or a plan like this. So first stage of the ventilation, which is long as possible, we would use what we call side mode. So we would use small inlet vents. You can see the box vents in here, both sides of the house. And what that does when you're ventilating in this form, it creates a nice even environment in the whole house. Once the temperature starts getting a bit hotter or warmer, we would close the side vents and we'd start pulling air through the cool cells. And again, so you're pulling high volumes of air into the house and extracting it down the fans in the gable end. So the combi tunnel, ideal for many of the climatic situations you see in Asia. Changing now. So similar to what we've said there before, if you can see on the graph on the right-hand side here, again, like everything I spoke before, there is a sweet spot or an ideal spot where you change between the side mode ventilation and also the tunnel ventilation. If you change too early, you get rid of that nice even balance within the chicken house. So the birds can potentially be hot one end and cooler down the other. So changing from the side to the tunnel too early can create problems, and also the other way as well. If you hold the birds too long in the side ventilation mode, you increase the temperature in the house. And we've already seen there's negative impacts in doing this. So we have the systems, we have the controller, we have the sensors that does this all automatically for you. So they're sensing all the time to see what the house temperature is doing, what the outside temperature unit is doing, and the controller, or I call it the brain makes that change automatically for you once all the settings are made. So very important you get that change zone correct. Changing now. Okay, this is probably the biggest challenge we face when we're trying to help you design ventilation. Remember, we think the biggest solution you have to keep your birds cool is pure air speed. So what do we have when we've got a cage house? We've got resistance, or we've got cages that obviously slow the airflow down. If you look on the left-hand side here, more a cage system you may see in colder parts of the world. So you can see more solid panels here. As you go across, you can see various options of cage type. And across on the right-hand side, I'm familiar with seeing many of these in many parts of Asia, especially Southern Asia. So you've got as much wire as possible and as least amount of resistance or blocking here. So moving between from the left to the right, we work on about 35%, I guess, more efficient or allowing more airflow once you get a more open cage. So this is a big challenge when providing ventilation in a layer house. Changing now. Okay, if we look at some numbers, so when we are designing a house for you, we look at what the pressure drop or the static pressures created in the chicken house. So we're bringing air through the cool pads, we're meeting resistance. So that's about 20 pascals of resistance. The air comes into the house, goes through our ventilation inlets, which I'll show you in a minute. There's resistance there. The air turns to the right, there's resistance there. The air must travel through your cages. So for every meter of cage, you generally drop about 0.4 Pascal per meter. On a 100-meter house, it's about 40 pascals. So basically, if you add this, and this up, you're actually got a pressure inside, or a pressure drop inside the house of about 80 pascals. So it needs a lot of pulling power to be able to pull the air through at a airspeed that will keep your birds cool. So as I said, the layer house is operating under high pressure as opposed to somewhere like a floor for broilers. So a big difference, and that's a key factor that we have to take in when we're designing a house. Changing now. I told you before that I mentioned before that when the air comes through the tunnel cool pads, we have vents in here, or inlets in here, and this is our A grade or our gold standard air inlet vents here internally in the house, and they allow air to come in and be directed. And also the advantage you've got with this system is it closes and seals extremely well and has good insulating factors. So more and more of our customers are using these, and certainly in hot and cold areas of Asia. So this is one option that we offer in terms of our products. Okay, So moving on to the next slide. So how do we go about optimizing production and energy now that we know all this information? Next slide. So to make it a bit more relevant to you, we thought we'd do a case study or tell you an actual case study that we found, one of our representatives found about 2 or 3 years ago, in terms of what we saw and what we found and what we did. So obviously it was in a tropical area, a warm part of Asia. The housing was tunnel housing. It was a caged layer house, and the house was only about 2 years old. The houses are only 2 years old. They were big houses, 120 meters in length, 12 meters wide by 6.7 meters high. There were 96,000 layers, 4 rows, 8 tiers. The cross-sectional areas were 60.2 square meters. And at that time, they were fitted with one of our competitor fans. They were 50-inch box fans. So they had 20 of them. And what was the farmer seeing? What problems was he facing? He thought he had low airspeed through the house. Why was that? Because he saw lots of birds panting, especially down the extraction end. And he knew that his egg performance and his output was certainly not what it should be. So low performance, and he was seeing and observing birds panting and low airspeed. That was a situation we faced when we came to this farm. Changing now. Okay, so when the farm was designed, the salesperson at the time realized, obviously a cage house, that 3 meters and up and over 3 meters per second was very important to ventilate that house and keep those layers cool. So he quite rightly calculated based on the standards that he had. If you look down the bottom here, he calculated at 37 pascals of pressure. He calculated with the fans he offered at 34,400 cubic meters per hour. So he did his calculation there after doing his dimensioning, and he proved there that if he had 20 fans operating at the cubic meters per hour with a cross-sectional area translating cubic meters per hour to cubic meters to great meters per second, it was about 3.2 meters per second. Fantastic, absolutely brilliant. And that was the way the farm was set up and dimensioned. Changing now. So on visiting the farm, our representative, first thing he noticed when he walked around the farm is, if you look in here in the photo, many of the fans were, the flaps or fan covers were slightly open, not fully open. They were dirty, and you could observe worn belts in the fan operation as well. And as many of you will know, this sort of seeing this certainly reduces the efficiency of the fans by 10 to 20%. Changing now. The other thing you noticed was in the around the manure extraction area, around the manure canals, there was openings or air being able to come into the house. For many of you that know about ventilation, you'll know that you do not want to have uncontrolled air entering the house. It reduces the pressure in the house, but also means that the air cannot be directionalized over the chickens. So that was a problem, having open areas in here for air to enter the house in an uncontrolled state. Changing now. So number 3 issue. He went and measured and looked at the inlet, the cool pads for the inlet of the airs, and he saw the angle at that time was 45-45. There's big debate on which is better, 45-45 or 45-15. Scoves sales, they sell 90% of 45-15 angled cool cell pads. If you look, someone like Mike Zarek from University of Georgia, some of his recent lectures, he tells there that 90% of sales in the USA are 45-15 angles. And the reason why we would recommend that, a 45-15, it's allowing better airflow, less resistance coming into the chicken house. So probably more ideal for layers. 45-45 has got uses, but our recommendation would be a 45-15 in this situation. Changing now. So what was the real airspeed? What do we actually see? If you look on the right-hand side there, our representative took a pressure measurement, and he was measuring somewhere around 62 pascals. If you remember the speccing or the designing that the previous salesman had done, he did his calculation on 37 pascals. So fans operating at 34,400 cubic meters per hour. That wasn't the actual situation. He was measuring, as I said, over here, somewhere around the 61, 62 pascals. So if we do a calculation based on the other competitors' tables, at 62 pascal, it's only 25,000 cubic meters per hour for 20 fans. Do your calculation through here. The airspeed, theoretically, is only about 2.4 meters per second. And again, we did some checks. So changing now. We did some actual checks, so some measurements around the house. So remember, we did a theoretical calculation, and you can see in the corridor here, he was only measuring about 2.5. So the theory matched the actual, or the actual matched the theory, combined with those half-open shutters, probably because that the fans were operating at too high a pressure. We had the leaky canals, and we did a recommendation in terms of changing the angles of the floor plans.
Bây giờ thì phiên dịch tiếng Việt nó quay trở lại được.
45-15.
Thì ở đây chúng ta thấy được là khi Scurf đo tốc độ gió thực tế ở trong chuồng trại chăn nuôi này thì thấy được là tốc độ gió thực tế chỉ khoảng 250 mét trên giây.
Okay, so what would we recommend? So we did the walk around the farm, we did some measurements. What we recommended to produce that 3 meters per second, over 3 meters per second, is one of what we call our blue fan or our BF50 on-off series. And again, if you go through the calculations, if you look down the bottom here, we would spec these fans at 60 pascals. So not at 37, at 60 pascals. And again, if you do the same calculations, we would need about 21.5 fans, or if we use a cone, which increases your efficiency of the fan. If you used a cone down the bottom here, you get more capacity. So again, if we did our calculation using a cone, we would use 20 of our fans at 32,700 cubic meters per hour, 654,000 cubic meters. We would divide that by obviously the cross-sectional area of the house and convert it to meters per second. Using 20 of our BF50 on-off fans with a cone, we would produce over 3 meters per second, but also at a much higher pressure. Changing now. The other option we've got, and more people are looking at more and more, is to use what we call a BF50 LPC. So in very simple terms, that gives you the ability to use less electricity in running and getting the same performance. So again, if you looked at the specifications for the LPC fan, very, very similar to the previous one. And again, do the calculations, very similar. If we used a cone with an LPC fan, again, 33,000 cubic meters per hour, producing 674 cubic meters per hour, doing the calculation. Those LPC fans would give you over 3 meters per second with a cone, 20 of them. So what is our LPC? What does that mean? We say we use it in combination with dynamic multi-step. Changing now. So if this works, we're to show you a video that briefly shows you what our LPC and how it operates in conjunction with our dynamic multi-step.
Dynamic multi-step is unique in that the fans connect steps until 30% of their output. When all the fans in the section have been connected up to 30%, all of them will be regulated in parallel up to 100% when additional ventilation is required. Compared to the most energy-efficient multi-step solution with LPC fans so far, the new dynamic multi-step solution reduces energy consumption by a further 30 to 40%. Dynamic multi-step uses several new
Okay, so you can see in a brief explanation there, you can see the advantages of the dynamic multi-step, and it's being used more and more throughout Asia and places like Oceania, and they're getting significant power savings using this combination of the dynamic multi-step. So fans are starting up slowly in series and then operating together and then going to 100% usage. So changing now.
Dynamic.
Okay, so we knew the situation before. We knew that the farmer had issues in terms of his performance and bird comfort and their obviously their mortality and output. So just to briefly wrap up there, we had 20 of our competitor fans. Airspeed was only 2.4 meters per second. Birds were panting more at the back of the house, and there was poor egg production performance and eggshell quality. Our solution, Scope solution, would certainly dimension or design their houses and the ventilation at 60 Pascal operation. We would either offer an on-off or an LPC option, 20 of them, so same number with cones. Obviously, logically, would fix the farmer would fix the air leakage. We would certainly recommend a change of pad, an angle from a 45-45 to a 45-15. And what obviously that was done, and the farmer was much happier in terms of the airspeed that he could measure. The panting certainly reduced a lot more on normal days and a lot less on extreme days. And egg production rose quite substantially, and also eggshell quality improved as well. So that was a good case study and actual how we went about designing and implementing fans that operate well in a high pressure environment. Changing now. Okay, our Blue Fan series. I'll go briefly through Blue Fan. So the advantage we have in our Blue Fans is there is no direct drive. So there's no direct drive. You don't have the belts to monitor. You don't have the belts to change all the time. You don't have to adjust belch. The material that it's made out is polypropylene, so you get a lot less resistance, a lot less damage from ammonia. The other advantage of the box fan, the BF50 box fan, it comes readily assembled. So very simple to do a retrofit or a quick change. And also more often than not, you can use exactly the same wiring as you used previously. So that gives you a very quick turnaround. It comes ready, so very limited labor in terms of getting the fan ready. So that's what our fans look like and how they differ from our competitors. Again, here's a real example here in somewhere in Asia where they're doing a straight replacement. We had some recent changes in the Philippines, and they're able to change an old fan out completely, put a new fan in, have it operating in just over an hour. So as I said, generally using the same cabling, same dimensions as previous fans, and made of robust material, and very little or no maintenance on these fans. Changing now. So how do we differ? We offer a fan that's well built, lasts a long time, has low maintenance, but most importantly can operate and perform well at much higher pressures than some of our opposition fans can do. So we're operating our Blue Fan series, and the DA1700 is a bigger fan, and the smaller fan, the BF50. So they can both operate up and over and up to 100 pascals of pressure. Changing now. Okay, our own in-house testing, performance testing we can do in our laboratory. We've got testing facilities at our Skove head office in Denmark. You can see the performance of our fans here running and operating at 80 to 100 Pascal, depending on the model of the BF50. Changing now. Many of you will be familiar with the BESS lab testing laboratories in the USA. Again, some of our fans are sent over there for testing. And again, you can see our fans are being tested up in around the 80 to 100 Pascal levels. This testing and results are all available on the BESS lab website. You can get that information, it's public information. So you can see they're operating well and competitively at those high pressures. Changing now. A more actual performance here. So this is BESS lab information in here. And in this graph here, obviously the highest airflow you can get, so the higher up to the top of the y-axis you can go is best, and also across the bottom x-axis. So how efficient is the fan in terms of producing CFM per watt? So you want a fan as efficient as possible. So ideally you're trying to get fans operating up in this top right-hand zone. And you can see the D81700 has performed well against other competitor fans in Best Lab performance testing. Changing now. Okay, we're at the last slide. So in brief, layers are different from designing a house for a floor system for broilers. They are different. They need to be treated different, especially when you're doing the design. The key factor, especially in many parts of Asia, is to provide a combi tunnel environment, provide ventilation that allows good airspeed over the bird, certainly greater than 3 meters a second, and fans that must operate well in high static pressure or high pressure drop areas. And we've given you some examples here in how our fans operate and how ideally we can help you with your layer design. So we'll give the opportunity to open the floor to questions now. We'll leave this slide up here. So if people want to contact us, you can see various ways, various social media of contacting us. We've got individual country Facebook pages as well. So if we don't have time today, please make yourself available to contact us directly and we can help you with some of your needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So there is the few questions in the Q&A box. I would like to read for you, Mark. The question is from our farmers in Myanmar. So the question is, the summer season very hot, about 45 degrees over Celsius. In winter, some area is 10 to 15.
Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
And daytime is over 45 again.
Yes.
And humidity it's very high, over 90%. Some days when sunshine.
Sure.
As the above condition, he asks how to manage and control inside environment if the temperature between day and night, it's very big range.
Yes, yes. Okay, so if you remember in the earlier slides, I did give the Vietnam example. Maybe I should have given Myanmar example because that seems more extreme. So you've got to have a house that's, number one, is fully automated. It must be automated in terms of ventilation. It must be well insulated, and it must be able to move between the side mode ventilation and the end or the extraction ventilation as well. So you've got an automated system that's being monitored by the controller and able to be keep the house cool when it's very hot, but also provide a nice environment when it's a lot colder as well. So we would certainly recommend a combi tunnel closed house operation that is automated and fully operational on an automated basis. That would be our recommendation for that extreme environment.
All right, and Mark, the next question follow to the first one. It's what about the brooding period? How to manage if facing the above condition? Yeah.
Brooding period, well, we know we've got to have somewhere around 33, 34 degrees Celsius. Yeah. So certainly number one is you have to make sure that that if it's cold, you've got to make sure you have sufficient heating to be able to heat the house before the chickens arrive, and also maintain that 33, 34 degrees. So when it's cold. When it's hot, you've got to be able to make sure that you provide some ventilation over the chickens to try and keep the house cool, but not chill the birds. So again, we would recommend the combi tunnel house, because if you use a pure tunnel house, you risk chilling the birds. So you're trying to cool them down, but you actually cool them down too much and they get too cold. So we would recommend combi tunnel with minimum air coming to the roof of the house or the apex of the house and not chilling the birds. So Kombitano would be the recommendation for brooding under these extreme conditions.
All right. So the next question is about is that necessary to use the wall inlets for layer house?
Okay, so no, not necessary, but I would like to think from the message today is, and what I would say if you said to me, hey, Mark, is it necessary? I would say, please tell me where you live, and we would look at the temperature and the humidity of your environment. And there will be some places in Asia, maybe not necessarily, but there are many, many, many places in Asia where it would be a big advantage to use side ventilation, big advantage.
So your answer is, the answer is not definite for one, or
Correct.
answer
Correct.
cannot for all. So it depends
Yes.
on the condition and where
Very
they
correct.
are.
Yes.
Yeah, and
yes.
yeah.
And our company has access to very high-tech weather information, and we would
Yeah.
look specifically at that area and that even that township where the person was asking. Yes.
Can I say that because I see that Scope has the digital service that kind of the data blockchain data bank that
Sure.
Scope
Yes.
has collect all around the world.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah.
I'm involved in the digital service, so really much farming now, poultry farming, pig farming, is going to digital and automated. So again, that can be collected all the time. It can be analysed, and we can get feedback from the head office, and we can give recommendations from an automated basis. So yes,
So-
very definitely.
Yeah.
Yes.
So with that information on hand, if customer come and tell you that I'm from Myanmar in Sway,
Yes.
then you
Yes.
give the recommendation. Or,
Definitely. Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Correct. And
Great.
that can be ongoing management information as well. Our technicians has got the ability to access the controller or the brain, and they can give specific recommendations on how to manage. And that's all done through digitalization and use of the internet. Yes.
Okay.
So the farmer is not alone.
Yeah.
They're not alone. Yes.
Yeah. So the next question is about the cost. In order to save on the infrastructure cost of equipment, most of the farm have invest on the large fan, no filter,
Yes.
more incoming air, no exhaust. This cause the faster spread of disease, or what do you think about this?
So just rephrase the question again, so I understand the question. So
They said that this is from Philippines itself. Like
yes.
many farms invest in a big fan. So
Yes.
exhaust,
Yes.
no filter incoming air. This cause
Okay.
the spread
Yeah.
of the disease. So they want to know, like just put this way, they want you to educate here for the
Okay, I understand. Okay, so so my answer to that would be, again, I've had experience in the Philippines, and I've seen in many operations where, yes, only big fans were used. I understand. The problem I've seen in the Philippines is, in the Philippines, I have been cold at night. So there is cool parts of the year. So if you're using big, huge fans over little chickens, you potentially risk chilling the chickens. Once you chill birds, like any animal, humans, they can potentially get disease. So my answer to that would be yes, try and use as many big fans as possible to minimize electric use, but also make sure you have a combination of smaller fans and less airspeed and less direction air not over the birds, on top of the roof. So my answer to that would be use a combination of smaller and big fans. That's my answer.
Yeah. The next one is what is the best air speed, Mark, for laying hen?
That's I knew someone that it must be Asia question, because I always want number. I think the answer there, or no, I know the answer there is when the birds are fully feathered and they are a little bit older, we certainly recommend, especially in production, obviously, we recommend, and we would be designing the house to create over 3 meters per second through the cages. So we're talking adult hens, not babies. We're talking adult hens. So we'll design something up and over 3 meters per second. That would be our recommendation for laying production hens.
Yeah, the question is from Myanmar, I believe.
Okay.
A lot of
Okay.
ventilation
Yes.
question from
Yes.
Myanmar. Yeah.
Sure.
And
Sure.
yeah. The next one is the speed of 3 m per second the standard at bird or IL level?
I think what you'll find, I don't know quite fully understand the question. I think the answer there is wherever possible, especially through those cages over the bird, because really what are we trying to do? We're trying to create airspeed over a bird to try and lift the heat or move the heat away from the bird. So ideally over the bird. We do know that if you walk down the pathways, there's more airspeed. If you measure in the cages, there's less airspeed. So very difficult to give an actual figure. You really want to try and get a series of measurements through that house.
But the recommendation would be the air over the bird.
Ideally, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
When they
Yeah.
put IO level, I think it's on the floor, I believe.
Right.
Because
Yeah. Okay.
walking. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Yeah. So I understand about layer houses. They can be quite high. So it's not always perfect. So we need to try and create an even flow over the birds, because that's how we're going to cool them. It's over through the cages. Yes.
So this is the question follow, because we see some of the system, they have the deep heat for the menu. That
Yes, manure, yes.
system, yeah, will have the ventilation effect from the floor even more, or
Yes, that can obviously have an impact. And as I said in those previous photos there, if you've got lots of holes through the outside of the house, that can create a negative impact on the performance of the bird. So there's no doubt about that, as a deep manure pit could have an effect on the potential airflow. So again, when we're designing or dimensioning the house, we would take that into consideration. Our engineering and design people would take that into consideration, yes.
all
And
right.
would obviously work with our equipment partners. So whether it's a Janssen nest or another nest, we would work with our partners and come up with a solution in terms of the ventilation with a combination, yes.
All right. So the next question is, what is the relative temperature and humidity inside the house when the temperature and humidity are too high outside the house? The relative temperature and humidity inside the house lower than outside.
Yeah,
And
generally what you see, especially in a layer house where you may have a lot of water being used, a lot of water on the floor, and it's a confined space. So generally you have a rise in the relative humidity in the house. And as I said, you've got to be very careful about adding water over the cool cell pads, because you're basically evaporating that water. It comes into the house and raises the temperature. So in general terms, that humidity is higher. And I guess in general terms, if you're not ventilating adequately, you have a higher house temperature as well, because you've got the mass of the chickens that are producing heat. And basically you're ventilating a box. That's what you're ventilating. So you tend to see those two aspects generally higher within the house, because you've got the mass with the heat, and you've got a lot of extra water in that house as well.
yeah, the question of the audience is really answered themselves, but to reconfirm,
Sure.
get your recommendation, like, because they know that if in the house lower than outside, both temperature and humidity, what do you do? So this is, they ask your recommendation.
If it's too low, So if the temperature is lower than that, if the house temperature is lower than the outside temperature, you need to give heat, provide heat. So that could be a gas heater. So, okay,
Yeah.
so lower house temperature, you need to add heat. Lower humidity, generally, it's not a problem. In general terms, especially even when the chicks are very, very young, generally once you start, as I said, spilling some water, giving the bird some water, house humidity raises. In some parts of places like northern China I've been to, the humidity in the winter is very low there, and they do actually use atomizers, misters, to actually add humidity into the chicken house. So remember, when you get your birds in the brooding time, they need a humidity, somewhat relative humidity, maybe 55, 60, somewhere around there. If it's too dry, it can have a negative impact on their respiration and also affect in terms of illness. I have seen some people add water to a chicken house, but it's generally not needed. Very rare it's needed. So heat and added humidity if needed.
All right.
Not as a general recommendation. Yeah.
Okay. The next question is, what is the standard temperature and humidity for the storing table eggs? You have any?
Oh, okay. Boy. Well, in my days of broiler breeders, I think we used to run our cool rooms somewhere around 18 to 20 degrees Celsius. I'm not sure. I can't give you a specific recommendation on layers. And a humidity, I think about 70%, but I'm racking my brains there. So my advice there is look in your primary breeder
manual
recommendation.
book.
Correct. Yeah,
Yes.
always go back to the manual, but I'm just thinking broiler breeder days. Yes.
I think it depends on the breed and the inside outside where you store.
Shouldn't do. It should be environmentally controlled room. And as I said, just look at a Highline book or a Shaver book, and they'll give you exactly what you need. Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. So, yep.
Mark, I come to the last question because Scope, the brand itself, kind of premium. So we have a lot of farms now, farmers attending now. They want to really hear from you, like it is worth for investment or how you see on that. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's a very good question, and I like that question. Again, a very Asia question, and I like that. I think from I have had, I don't like to say, probably 35 years experience in the poultry business, and I've been working as a farmer with Scove probably 20 or 25 years ago. And there's two things that people used to say is, Scove's very complicated. And number two, it's very expensive. But what I've learned working with Scove is you're buying, as you say, a premium product. You're buying a product that's going to last a very long time. And also you're not regularly having to do lots and lots and lots of maintenance. And as we sow today, our fans will run very well in very hard conditions for a very long time. So it's a long-term investment. The other advantage I've seen with Scove in my own experience is it's extremely good after sales backup and technical will show you what the return will be. Cheaper is not always better. And I've seen many, many examples of poultry houses in Asia where the cheapest option is certainly not the best option.
All right.
How's that for an answer?
Yes, but this is pandemic. So it is how you handle if any customer here interested in. So because normally you have to go and see the farm and.
Yeah, I think that's a very good, another very good questions. Many good questions today is number one is remember the Scove has representatives in pretty much every country in Asia. So that's direct Scove employees or agents or dealers. So we do not have to hop on a plane. We do want to hop on a plane and see our customers, but we have in-country support. And also more and more, like most businesses, we're using an opportunity like today with webinars. We do individual webinars with our customers. And also we've got amazing technical support from people around the world. So you don't have to be alone. So the support, and we're still shipping lots and lots and lots of equipment to Asia for installation. So Scove has carried on and done extremely well, even in the pandemic.
All right. So thank you very much, Mark, for your
Okay, kapun ka. Thank
session.
you.
And
Thank you.
Khop Kun Ka. Thank you very much.
Kapun ka.
Right now we come to the next session on the water, sponsored by our co-sponsor Prominence. So Prominence has done a lot of work on the water equipment, water sanitation system in a lot of like processing plant and so on. So right now Prominence has stepped into our and poultry sector. So the topic today by Prominence will be on, the forgotten essential impact on poultry health and performance. That's really about water. So I have our guest speaker here, Mr. Joshua Alusami. He is the technical manager for Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and Philippines from Prominence. May I invite on the presentation, please?
Thank you. Thank you. I'll share my screen now. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Joshua Alusami, and I represent Prominence. We are an expert in metering technology and water treatment. A bit of background on Prominence. We are rather new to the poultry farm industry. As a matter of fact, this is my first webinar in this industry, but we are much more involved in the process side and different other industries. What we are known for is that we know water treatment. And in today's seminar, while I understand there are a lot of experts in the farm industries, in the poultry farm industries here, water, which is the basic need, is to be looked at it as a general view and on how to tackle the issues that you face at your farm. Before moving forward, just a brief overview on what we do. We are chemical metering experts, meaning we supply precise, accurate dosing pumps, like this solenoid dosing pump. These are electrical. We also have very high pressure pumps for much rigorous industries. Business Unit 3 covers the measuring and control technology. So for example, if you need to measure water parameters at your farm, like pH, chlorine, all this can be done through this controller. And the good thing about the controller is that it communicates with our pumps. So you're able to control your pump automatically by measuring your water parameters. So that's a good thing about our controllers. And finally, we have Business Unit 4, which is water treatment and disinfection systems. So this can be systems that generate chlorine on site, things like chlorine dioxide production on site. All these are coming under this Business Unit 4. As a brand, we originate from Germany, and we focus a lot on reliability. I heard about the word premium during Mark's presentation before. You can say that we are somewhat of a premium brand, but in terms of our quality assurance, we are known for our product quality, our service quality, and being available to our customers, no matter how far or how rural the area might be. Okay, so we have over 2,700 employees worldwide, headquarters in Heidelberg, Germany. We have over 55 subsidiaries located throughout the world, right? So this is just a map of where we are. And as you can see, we are in every Asian country as well. just a brief overview on the customers we serve. As you can see, our industry portfolio is very broad. So our product portfolio is also very broad to be able to cater to the different customers and the industrial standards needed. So you can have the bare basic requirements to the most stringent requirements. And this is showing that we serve even the municipal water treatment, where water is 24 hours and 365 days important. And it's crucial that the equipment runs without failure and minimum maintenance required throughout. Okay, now jumping into our topic today, water, which is kind of the forgotten essential in poultry farms. Water is needed for many different functions in the farm. You know, for example, pipeline sanitization, flushing, cooling pads. It's also a carrier because, you know, by drinking the water, you can put in vaccine, medication, acidification, or even giving supplements. And as the general rule, you need to disinfect for hygiene and biosecurity of your farm. It's important nutrient to ensure that the overall health and the performance of the poultry is guaranteed. By weight, it consumes twice as much water as feed, so you can imagine the importance of water. But what are the general parameters that we need to look at? Water treatment doesn't have to be complex. And before this seminar, we had a few talks with the experts in the industry, and we realized that the issues faced are very basic, and they are very simple to be treated. So the purpose here today is to give a very simple solution to help immediately upgrade your plants or your farm's water treatment. So what are the main things that we want to control here? Which this could be your pH, iron and manganese, hardness, or something that is called as lime or calcium, and germs and bacteria. Yes, of course, we can go into all the other ones, but the more you would like to treat your water to, the more complex the treatment becomes, but the bare basic still remains of this. Well, we understand that some farms are using potable water or tap water, which is coming treated from the city. There are many farms that are in the suburbs and the rural areas where their water source is coming from tube well or groundwater. Now, while tube well water might appear clean at first, because if you take a groundwater, it will look very clear. And if you put it outside for a certain amount of time, it will turn brown. This is because groundwater contains high contents of iron and manganese. This is what you call the red water. If you have dark brown or black stains on your piping and your water, this is coming from the manganese. When you have iron, you will have manganese. Hardness could also be present in your groundwater. Not necessarily all groundwater have hardness, but if it's there, this is the white scaling that happens, which blocks your pipes and your nipple drinkers. So this is contributed by the calcium and the hardness. And of course, turbidity. You know, it can be dirty. And if dirty water is not drinkable water. Now, what are the solutions we want to introduce today? It's just basic solutions, which I will later show you in a package, which is retrofittable to your farm. Basically, dosing pumps. These pumps are electronic driven, so they don't depend on your water pressure or water flow. You can actually set how many liters per hour you need to dose. And these pumps can be as accurate as plus minus 1 to 3%. And as I mentioned earlier, with our controllers and our sensors, you're getting this closed loop control. So let's say, for example, you want to dose chlorine and you want to ensure your chlorine in your pipe at your endpoint is not above 0.5 ppm. You can actually set this set point here, and this can be linked to your pump, and it will control based on the value read in the controller, whether the pump should dose a lot or little, or not dose at all. So that way you have a process guarantee that you might not have right now at your farm. And one good thing about our products is, you know, everything is plug and play and retrofittable. so that it's easy to manage and operate at any level of operation. Here's the package that I would like to discuss today, the simple or the basic water treatment package. This is specific for tube well, and of course, if you're talking about other types of water, we might have to consider certain other parameters to ensure it's proper. But for tube well, this is sufficient. This is the base or the bare bone treatment system. It consists of the chlorine dosing system. It consists of a reaction tank with a mixer, a booster pump set, and an activated media filter. Now I'll go into detail of each equipment. Of course, since we can scale it up and down, you can go as high as 1,000 liters per hour or more. So depending on your farm capacity, do note this is the lowest because I don't think we can do anything smaller than this. But it doesn't have to be scaled down to such small scales because this is going to fill up your storage tank. But this can be scaled up as big as you want, whether it's 40 meter cube per hour or higher. Okay. And what we wanted to focus is we want to focus on a plug and play concept. So over here, you will plug your tube well pipeline, which is going to feed into this line. And this is going to go into your header tank or your storage tank, which is elevated, which is then supplying to the farm. The first stage of the treatment is chlorine dosing. Why we need to dose chlorine is because chlorine is an oxidant. As I mentioned earlier, tube well contains a lot of iron and manganese. When you take a groundwater, as I said, it will first be clear, but it's containing iron inside, but you cannot see it. The reason why we can't see it is because that iron is still dissolved. When the water is underground, it's not exposed to oxygen. So it's very low in dissolved oxygen. And in that state, iron becomes iron 2 positive, which is this. And this is dissolved. So that's why it's written here as AQ. AQ means aqueous. Now, why we need to add an oxidant? An oxidant is something that, what do you call this? Oxidizes the water. So this can be as simple as aerating the water. Aerating the water means you're adding oxygen. So when you aerate or oxidize water, you are increasing the electro-oxidation potential of the water. So as I said, when groundwater is low in oxygen, they are going to be much more reduced. They are going to have very low oxidation potential. So once you add oxidants, this potential will come up, will go up, and thereby you convert the iron 2 positive to something iron 3 positive, which then bounds to this ferric hydroxide complex, which is solid. So you're basically precipitating the iron. The iron that was previously dissolved now becomes undissolved or insoluble. That is how we do, that is why we need to dose chlorine. Now, of course, you can aerate, but in order to save space and to make it faster, we dose chlorine, which is also the same as oxidizing the water. One more point that you have to take note here is this curve is not only dependent on the potential, but is also dependent on the pH. As you know, if you have acidic water, most of the iron will be dissolved. And this is going into the drinking water. So maybe some plants where the groundwater is too acidic, we might have to push it a bit to the alkali side. This becomes more crucial when you have manganese. Imagine a similar curve for manganese, but the line that's separating the aqueous to solid is more towards the right. So the pH adjustment has to be a bit more high. So it depends on your water. You can actually send a simple test to a lab in your country to get this water parameter. How much iron and manganese is in your water and what's the pH of the water? And with that, we are able to fine tune the oxidation of these two inorganic metals. Okay, so by moving the pH to the right and increasing the oxidation potential, we can precipitate our iron out. The next step, once you dose this, it goes into a reaction tank. Why we need a certain tank is because, first of all, we want to homogenize the solution. That's why we have a mixer. We want to ensure all the water is treated. And another reason for the tank is that it gives a reaction time. But in this case, we are ensuring that it's at least 6 minutes. This is plenty of time for the reaction to take place and to go to completion. Okay. By this, then you're sure that you've precipitated out almost all of your iron 2+. The next is just a simple component, but a critical component of the package is a booster pump. A booster pump is important because the next step in the process is a filter. So when you have a filter, the important thing for a filter to function properly is the pressure and the flow rate. Any fluctuations in these two will impact the performance of the filter. So that is why the filter has a surge tank and a pressure switch. So if in any case, if it's overpressured or there's a closed valve on the side, the pump will stop protecting itself, and the surge tank prevents any water hammer, thereby causing leakages of your pipes down the line. But at all times when it's running and it's going through the filter, because it's a constant pressure pump, it's going to be giving you a constant flow rate, which is important for the functionality of the filtration system. Okay. Now, the next step is our filter. And in our filter, I mentioned that we put activated media. The common thing to do would be to get a normal filter with sand. While that is also possible, but sand is just a very basic filtration media. The thing with sand is, first of all, the iron might be too fine for the sand to remove completely. Iron that was just precipitated out might still be what we call colloidal, so it might still be suspended, and they might not be filtered out by sand, which filters out bigger particles. Secondly, sand is a very good place for the bacteria to grow. So you will notice sand filters are being replaced quite frequently, some even every year, because when you have bacteria growth in your sand filter, of course, you're adding bacteria to the water. But secondly, you're also what the bacteria does is that it starts secreting this fluids or slime, and those fluids tend to create a mud ball inside the filter. So when that happens, imagine right now, if you look at this picture, each grain is separated. But when you create a mud ball, that lump is completely bound together. And imagine many lumps of those throughout the filter. So this is how a filtration system works. When water goes down, it trickles down each grain, and by the end of it, it has gone through enough depth that the water coming out is clean. Now, imagine now you have mud balls forming here. You're technically creating a channel where the water can short circuit all the way down. So that's why you then have dirty water in a filter, and that's why you then need to replace your sand. So we realized that there is an issue with bacteria, and especially with tube well. Some tube wells contains iron bacteria. And these are nasty ones because they tend to expedite or increase the production of iron. That's when you have complete blockages of pipes and etc. So when that happens, we ensure that the filter, that the media that we put in is activated. First of all, this media, it acts as a catalyst to your iron oxidation. So a catalyst is something that speeds or pushes the reaction to completion. So by doing so, your chlorine consumption might not be as high as without a catalyst. All right. First of all, then you do not have to worry about too high of chemical consumption. And secondly, you have a better filtration performance because it also acts as there's an adsorbance reaction that's attaching the ions to the media. And lastly, it's self-sterilizing. So because it is activated, it has hydroxyl radicals on the surface. By having this hydroxyl radical, bacteria are not able to attach to this grain, and thereby they're not able to clump the grain together. So when you backwash is the act of washing the filter. When you backwash the filter, all the dirt that has been trapped before is coming out every time. So in that sense, the lifespan of this filter is much longer than a standard sand filter. Okay, that's why we put here, we call it the VLOM system, the village level operation and maintenance. We want it to be basic. We do not want it to be too complex that you need control panel, control valves to operate this filter. We mentioned earlier that the outlet of the filter is to go to an elevated storage tank. So by going to an elevated storage tank, you do not need a separate tank to wash the filter. Okay, we recommend that this storage tank be about 4 meters high. So when you have a tank after this filter that is 4 meters high, you can use that head and that water to actually wash the filter. So you're using filtered clean water to run it in reverse. So this is why you do not need complicated system. This system can be initiated to backwash either manually, or we can even put a timer to initiate the backwash maybe once a day or two. So let me just go back quickly. So we have a valve here. It's a three-way valve. During normal operation, water goes through the filter and goes to the tank. When you want to backwash, this part closes. So because the pump has a pressure switch, although it's running against a closed valve, it will shut off automatically on its own. So when you open, this line is open to drain. So now this 4 meter height tank, this water is going to rush down, push the media out, push the media up and the dirt out into the drain. And this will be done for about 3 to 4 minutes. And then this valve is put back to operation. So now the pressure is back to low, the pump will restart automatically and the filtration process begins again. So it's all automated. Okay. Now, of course, as I said, that was the basic or the bare system that you need to start off the water treatment at the front of your farm. Now, depending on different parameters that are in the water, you might have to retrofit, or depending on your requirement, maybe you would want a more comprehensive control of your water system in your farm. You can have retrofit options that I'm going to show here, which are going to give you some options. The first thing is just a basic dosing station. Now, with this dosing station, anything that you want to put into the water can be done, whether that is medicine, vaccine, you want to mix solid chlorine, which is calcium hypo, the ones that you get in tablet. You can put it in here, dissolve it, and you have a stirrer, which is not steel. It can be PVDF coated so that it doesn't corrode based on the chemicals you use. And you can then use our precise dosing pump, which comes mounted onto the tank to dose the chemicals you need. So this, as I said, this can be purchased on its own to fit whatever dosing requirements you need, and it can be placed at any point in your farm, and it doesn't need a specific flow of water or pressure for it to function, because the pump operates based electronically with the solenoid inside. Okay. It's a UV stabilized PE tank, which is important for our application, because sometimes we know even under a shed, there's sunlight directly passing through and hitting our tank. And as you can see, by being able to mount a stirrer, and this tank doesn't vibrate when the stirrer is running, you can be sure that it is a very sturdy tank. You can also fit a bun that is equivalent to the volume of the tank if you're worried about chemical spillage at your pump. Okay. Now for the measurement and control, which I mentioned earlier, this is to monitor any type of water parameters that you want. This include, not limited to, pH, ORP, chlorine, and turbidity. And you're able to read the value here. And if you have our pumps, you're able to control the pumps based on the reading here. So first of all, your chemical consumption is controlled, thereby preventing runoff dosing. So if you do not measure, and the only way for you to check your water parameter is using a portable meter, this depends on, first of all, how frequent you do your checking. It also depends on human error. So by having an online system that's always measuring and controlling, you can prevent that there won't be overdosage of chemical. And you can actually put a limit in the controller to say, hey, if it's too high, stop and send me an alarm, so that the operators of the farm are able to respond to it. So this guarantees process safety. So this is another retrofittable option for you. This is another set on its own. It's a softener. Basically, the softener's purpose is to remove hardness. These are the ones that are blocking your nipple drinkers, etc., with calcium and scaling the pipes. Now, if you have that issue, this is a very common solution to remove hardness. This, I would think, it should be installed after your header tank when you're supplying to your farm. Not shown here, it will also come with a simple booster pump set over here, similar to the one I showed earlier. So it comes with a timer controlled valve. So the valve actually monitors the time and the water that it has treated. And after a certain time, so during its operation, the calcium and hardness are being absorbed through the razor. Okay, and over time, it's like a sponge. Once it is full, you have to remove the calcium and magnesium that has been absorbed and replenish the razor, regenerate the razor. And the way we regenerate is we have a brine tank on the side. Inside this brine tank, you have salt, and salt is sodium chloride. So what it does is that it takes the sodium ions and it displaces the calcium and magnesium ions. So that's how it regenerates. And the reason why we need a booster pump is that when it's regenerating, it needs a consistent flow and pressure to ensure the brine that is sucked to regenerate is sufficient. So thereby the softener is able to function back to new every time it's regenerated. Okay. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you for your attention. You can also visit our website, prominent.com. We are in all the countries, especially in Thailand, in Philippines, in Indonesia, we have our distributors, and Indonesia, we have our distributors. Malaysia, we have a subsidiary, and Singapore as well, we have a subsidiary. So you can visit our website there and also look at our different product offerings over there for the things that we have presented. Or you can also contact me on my email address here.
All right, Joshua, thank you very much. So time to the question. We got few of questions on the chat box and the Q&A box. The first question from our farmers from Myanmar, I believe. How to treat biofilm in water drinker pipeline? Okay,
biofilm, right? Biofilm is something that is, just to brief everyone, is some slime that forms on your piping and tends to clog and also pretty much contaminate the water over time. Bacteria like us, for example, if you take any type of medicine, we get used to it over time. Same thing with chlorine. When you dose chlorine, the bacteria over time gets used to it. So what does the bacteria do? It starts protecting itself. It starts secreting a layer to cover itself where the chlorine will bounce off. So that's why even dosing chlorine might not resolve your biofilm. There is a specific chemical that can be dosed to treat biofilm, and that is called chlorine dioxide. The reason why chlorine dioxide is able to penetrate biofilm and not chlorine is because chlorine dioxide, although it's dosed in liquid, it's gaseous in nature. So it's able to penetrate through the biofilm and attack the bacteria that's protecting underneath. You can search on chlorine dioxide online. We also have chlorine dioxide generators, which you can use to dose into your pipeline when you want to do your sanitation. It can be used in replacement of chlorine, but the chemicals that you need to use to generate chlorine dioxide are two, which is hydrochloric acid and sodium chloride. So if you have these two chemicals, the generator that is applied will be able to produce the chlorine dioxide solution and is then dosed into the water.
And that one can use for drinking water?
Yes. It can be used for drinking water. The chlorine dioxide is a lot more aggressive than chlorine. So you might not need, for example, if you chlorine, you're dosing 0.8 ppm, chlorine dioxide, you probably only need 0.1 ppm, 0.2, because it's much, the potential of it oxidizing is much higher. Another good thing about chlorine dioxide is that it doesn't form byproducts. If you notice chlorine, the more chlorine you dose, the more byproduct you produce, like THM, chloroform, which are cancerous. But chlorine dioxide doesn't produce these things. They only attack the bacteria only. It doesn't form with the organic products separately.
Okay.
So the only issue is the availability of chlorine dioxide. You can't buy ready-made chlorine dioxide like chlorine. You can only generate on site. That is why you need generators.
Yeah. The next question is, would you recommend sodium hypochlorite or calcium hypochlorite, high hardness water? What can help to reduce water hardness?
Definitely calcium hypochlorite will add to the hardness. As you notice, when you prepare calcium hypochlorite itself, inside your tank, you have scaling of calcium, etc. So if you already have hardness issues, I would recommend using sodium hypochlorite. Yes.
And any recommendation in terms of reduce the hardness in the water from?
Yes. The only way to reduce hardness is to soften the water. So you need a softener. As I mentioned earlier, the resin actually removes the calcium and magnesium that's in the water before you supply to the farm. That's the only way. Of course, there are much more complex ways which are more expensive, like RO, reverse osmosis, but the most basic way is a softener.
All right. So the next one is our friend from Myanmar asking, like, the water is kind of little salt. Yeah. So
okay.
It is salty.
Okay. All right.
Salty.
Okay.
Yes. How to treat to use for chicken?
Is it because it's nearby any seawater?
Yeah, Myanmar, right?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you have, if it's a bit salty, first of all, I will measure the total dissolved solids of the water. You will probably need to manage the salt content of the water. If it's too salty, then you will probably need to blend the water. So maybe at one corner, you will have a reverse osmosis system to have clean water. And because reverse osmosis is very expensive operation, but you do not need the quality of a reverse osmosis water. So you can then put in some of your tube well water, mix it, and control your dissolved solid or your salt to be lower, rather than completely treating it full through the reverse osmosis system. So that's one way to do it.
Okay. So another question connect to this one is if the water has high level of iron,
Right.
and they concern if to give chicken, how
Yes.
should they treat before if it's high iron?
Now, to answer in terms of the chicken itself, I'll excuse myself on that one, but I
Okay.
do know that drinking water for chicken has a standard which I showed earlier. Sorry. Let me see what's the iron content that was mentioned. The iron content must be less than 0.5 milligram per liter or 0.5 ppm. So this is the acceptable water quality for poultry. And if you can send your water to the lab, but if you notice that your water is turning brown, then definitely it's too high. Definitely, first of all, I would presume if it was me, if I was the poultry, I wouldn't drink the water. I would drink less because it's not as it tastes metallic. It's probably not good for the health of the chicken. So it's very crucial that we treat it before, because not only is it going to impact your poultry, it's also going to impact your piping, your equipment, your machinery over time. They will eventually get clogged, and it's going to be, cost. It is going to be costly to replace all this. As I said, it's very simple to treat iron. All you need is an oxidant, which is chlorine or just air. If you have a very big land, try to aerate the water by putting some aerators inside a big tank and filter it. That will remove most of the iron. And then you can use, it'll be much better than what you had before.
Yeah, understand. And what about calcium? If the level of calcium is high in water?
Calcium is still hardness. Calcium is hardness. You still have to go through a softener. No other way.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the next question is about back to biofilm again. I think the questions come when you answer on biofilm.
Mm-hmm.
Recommend products in the market that can be used as the biofilm treatment,
Right.
and at the same time want to can be safe for drinking as well.
Okay. I will show you a simple picture of if you don't mind, I can share the screen again real quick.
Yes, sure.
So as I mentioned earlier, this is the biofilm. As I said earlier, chlorine and bromine don't go into the film to attack the bacteria, only chlorine dioxide. And if I can show you the system we have, of course, depending on the capacity, we have different types of equipment. But for farms, I would assume that this simple setup is sufficient. This setup shows that you can produce, based on the system you purchased, can produce up to 140 grams per hour of chlorine dioxide. All that it needs is a water supply. This is going to your drinking water line. And these two pumps are the pumps that are pumping the hydrochloric acid and sodium chloride. So the two chemicals will mix in the generator, producing chlorine dioxide and going into this line. So the water will carry the solution and dose into the system. And since you mentioned about drinking water importance, safety, we also have a chlorine dioxide sensor that can measure the level of chlorine dioxide in the water. So thereby ensuring you're not overdosing chlorine dioxide. It's always below, let's say, 0.15 ppm all the time.
But what you are trying to mention and demonstrate here with biofilm to attack bacteria. However, the drinking water is the safety of the human. So
Right.
it needs to reassure that the level of dioxide not mix in the water till the level that it's dangerous for human. Am I right?
Right.
Yes. Okay. So thank you, Joshua. So I come to the next question in related to the chicken, especially the layer, because it's big group.
Right.
And normally we do vaccine about
Okay.
putting water soluble, like
Mhm.
to the chicken through vaccine.
All right.
There always some issue that putting the vaccine and then it's not mixed and it's not go to the pipeline.
Right.
How is the solution that Prominent provide that prepare for this type of solution for the chicken, and how to ensure that in the system is proper mix?
Okay. I guess first of all, in the tank itself where you mix the vaccine, you have a stirrer first of all, and the pump that you use, you will need to have a sort of any indication, maybe a totalizer, to see how much is actually transferred into the pipeline. So that way you can see, hey, I've dosed this many liters. Another thing, maybe I'm not sure, is the issue here is that because the farms are very long and the end
Yes.
pipe is not flowing, right?
Mhm.
If the end pipe is not flowing, then maybe the poultry at the front will get the vaccine, but not at the end. So maybe this the end line needs to be opened and flowed through until you detect the vaccine.
Mm.
It could be detected by a simple food dye that you can see in the water. Maybe it's a bit blue. Then you say, okay, the vaccine is now filled up throughout the pipe. And then you close the end line. That way you can ensure that the vaccine is distributed evenly.
Yeah. No, normally we put the milk powder, something like that.
Right. And you can
Go to-
see. Another way is to circulate the endpoint back to the front. So you have a pressurized line. So it's always flowing, not a
Alright.
dead end stagnant line. So in that way, all the poultry will have the equal amount of vaccines dose.
It's just like manage the system you have
Yes,
forward and backward in order
correct.
to ensure it's covered.
You have to move it. Yes.
Yes,
correct.
that is just like the simple thing that sometimes we follow.
Overlook it. Yes.
Yes. All right. The next question, Joshua, it's about, is chlorine more effective when the water is low or not? Let's say like chlorine, it's work better if the pH 4. Is that true?
Oh, okay. This is a good question. Chlorine is very pH dependent. If I could draw a curve, let's say this is 7, and to the left is acidic, and to the right is alkali. Chlorine is the most active, or to say in water, around the 7 region, neutral. The more to the right you go, to the alkali side, chlorine activity reduces. It becomes pretty much not active. So ensure your pH is not higher than 8. Yes, you can go low. It will be more active. The more acidic you go, the more active it will become, but it becomes too reactive. So if you have any metal parts in your pipe, it will start corroding.
Okay.
So the suitable range is usually between 6 to 7.5 for chlorine. Yeah.
Okay. Many farms like in my country also use chlorine. They even like treating with like organic acid,
Right.
thing like that. So
Yes.
and they say that it can flood out the biofilm as well with the acid. You know?
Because it's very reactive when you put
Yes.
acid, but you will corrode your metallic parts though.
Yeah. The next question I believe is follow from what you answered earlier on when you recommended on the chlorine dioxide. The
Right.
is that recommendation is for biofilm, killer, for drinking water, or for hard water?
Okay. The chlorine dioxide is, as I mentioned, chlorine will always be the one where even if you have a bit in the water, bacteria will find a way to protect itself. Biofilm will happen. But with chlorine dioxide, it's not only to remove biofilm, but if it's used in place of chlorine, it will prevent biofilm.
Okay.
So that's why I said
Meaning if biofilm already there, how to
it won't be there anymore. If you have always 0.1 ppm, it won't be coming back.
Okay.
It won't be coming back
So
anymore.
it's like get rid of and prevent.
Prevent, yes.
To form. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That's the purpose of the chlorine dioxide. It's actually used a lot in cooling towers for big industries, which are also having biofilm in their heat exchanger. So they use chlorine dioxide to prevent it. Yeah.
But because for me, I saw a lot of prominent provide service in the big processing plant. I was
Right.
so now when talking about a farm, so prominent has the scale that can offer to the farm that to village on something, right?
Right. That's why I showed earlier that the generator can go as small as 5 grams per hour. So
Wow.
if your farm is very small, you can just utilize that one. Yes.
To like just want to have a clear again. How many years prominent now?
I mean, we have been 60 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow. Okay.
In Singapore, I think 40 years now, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. So the next question, I think prominent should have more experience on that. How can we reduce the total suspended solids in deep well setup?
Yes. Filter.
Okay.
Yes, filtration system. As I mentioned, yes, you can use sand filter, provided you don't have any bacteria or anything that is too fine. You can filter it using sand. You can go one step higher where you can use the activated media I mentioned to get better filtration performance. Another way is maybe after the filter, it goes to the tank, and when it's coming back down, have a small cartridge filter, because at the tank you will have some sedimentation because it's sitting there for too long. So when it goes back to the poultry, this small dirt might come down. So if you have a small cartridge filter to further prevent any suspended solids, it will be better. Yeah.
Okay.
If you're taking surface water like river and things that are not dissolved, because the question of suspended solid, the issue will always be the size of the solid. If it's too small, it won't filter. Then you might need something like a coagulant to make this small particle bigger. So you might have to dose coagulant and then filter it out.
Okay. So the next question is, I think, follow up from what you explained earlier on the iron. So in they use chlorine to remove the iron in water.
Right.
You think that's help or any other recommendation?
Can you repeat the question? They use chlorine?
In Myanmar, they use chlorine to remove iron in the water.
Yes. As I said, the chlorine, first of all, you must check the pH. Secondly, also ensure there's enough reaction time. So once you dose chlorine, don't immediately send it to a filter. Make it go into a tank where your system can react and homogenize. And then go through a filter where you control the filtration velocity not more than 10 meters per hour, 10 meters per hour. Because don't put a small filter and a big flow rate, because then the filter doesn't work. So the size of the filter matters. And once it goes through, you would have removed iron perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I think we have another two questions. The first question will be like, what are the difference between sodium and calcium hypochlorite?
Okay.
And is there any other chlorine available that provide active chlorine that is safe for
Mhm.
children to drink?
Okay. Sodium
Two question,
hypo
yeah.
and calcium. Sodium hypo is liquid. Calcium hypo is solid, in tablet or powdered form. When you buy sodium hypo in a jar, it usually comes 10%, 12%. The issue is because if it's 10%, 90% is water. So for you to store and for you to handle is a bit a lot. But the benefit of sodium hypo is that because it is liquid, you don't have to handle the calcium or the scaling issues. As for calcium hypo, because it is solid, the purity is higher, and your storage space is lesser, and you can mix on site. But the problem with calcium hypo is try not to mix too high of a concentration. The higher the concentration you mix, the more solids it's going to produce, and it will be difficult to handle. Even if you have a dosing pump, it will start clogging. So keep the preparation concentration as low as possible, maybe even 0.1% or so, and then increase the pump size that you're going to dose, because now it's much more diluted. So in that way, you can reduce clogging issues. Thirdly, the only other chlorine source available is chlorine gas, gas form. Again, I'm not sure how available chlorine gas is to rural areas, but while they are cheaper, they are very difficult to handle in terms of safety-wise. But that is the most purest form of chlorine, which is in gas form. So you have only three forms: solid, liquid, and gas.
All right. So come to the last one, really last one.
Okay.
Before that, I may ask your team, Prominent, because there is a question on how to contact Prominent.
Okay.
The team in each country may put your contact in the chat, then our audience can reach. Last question is, how much the investment with the Prominent? Let's say talking about 40,000 capacity. So you recommend the farmers?
Okay. Let's just say our small little dosing pump. Okay. For a very basic need, might not be costing you more than maybe 100 200 USD. But based on my personal experience, I've seen that pump run for 20 years without any issues. So the upfront investment might be a bit on the high side, but these products last very long, and we pride on that. We take pride on the longevity of our equipment. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Wow. I think that there is few minutes left.
Okay.
Okay. The question from our friend asking that what is your opinion? I think he must see that like what I see you like Larry, I'm talking with biologist, you know, and chemical person. Like, what is your opinion to some farmers that use hydrogen peroxide to clean the water pipeline? It is work? Is it okay, or anything have to be precaution?
Hydrogen peroxide is correct. Some people do use it. It's just the handling of H2O2 is very difficult, and also there is no. It's very difficult to measure as well. You know, if you can. That's why I always mention, if we can measure what we dose, we guarantee safety. But H2O2 is not that cannot be measured. We have sensors to measure it as well, but it's a lot more difficult to handle than when you're doing it in a farm level. So I will keep the chemicals that we use quite simple to handle. Yeah.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Joshua. Thank you
Thank
to
you.
and team also for just a great session today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is end of this morning session and we will come back again in next 2 hours. So it will be 1:30 Thailand time. We are going to have a great session with one of the market leaders in farm equipment, which is provide a turnkey project, the separate equipment, which is very cost effective and on the environmental friendly. So the afternoon session will be on the modern farming and waste management by Big Dashman, followed by the Global Food Partner on the what is cage-free system. So see you in 2 hours. Have a great lunch and come back at 1:30 or 2:30 in Philippines and Malaysia. สวัสดีค่ะ Thank you.
We are scientists, inspired by the world around us. We are visionaries who see things that others don't. We are innovators and farmers and researchers. We are moms and dads, the parents of tomorrow.
Every day, Kemin team members are here to add value to the entire value chain. They bring home to our customers the type of nutrition they expect.
We are Kemin, and we are transforming lives. Founded in 1961 by R.W. and Mary Nelson, Kemin Industries began modestly on a family farm in Des Moines, Iowa. Today, however, Kemin has grown into a global ingredients company, improving health, feeding a growing population, and ensuring the safety and well-being of billions of lives. In more than 120 countries around the world, in Europe, the Americas, China, Africa, and Asia, in laboratories, in fields, on farms, and in factories, Kemin Innovation is finding solutions to the world's greatest challenges.
Scientific discovery is based on having and testing hypotheses. If what happens is different from what you had expected, that doesn't mean the experiment was wrong. It means you have a possibility of a discovery.
Built on exacting science and powered by human imagination, Kemin works to sustainably transform the quality of life every day for 80% of the world with its products and services.
The quality and safety of our ingredients is absolutely critical. If just one mistake makes it to market, our customers are at risk. That's why we test, retest, and test again. Our clients trust us.
Kemin works closely with our customers to increase an awareness of how their products interrelate with local environments, food safety, and nutritional demands. In fact, every Kemin facility around the world has a customer laboratory services team dedicated to helping our customers with their unique challenges.
For over half a century, Kemin has applied science to improve the quality of life. We embrace the exploration of new areas, finding unique solutions to changing needs. We truly work with an eye on the future, developing scientific solutions today that will be ready to benefit you tomorrow.
We are relentless in our pursuit of a better world. And because we hold ourselves to a higher standard around the globe, you will find dedicated professionals with a deeper commitment, a passion for what is possible, and a desire to do more for the communities we serve. We are Kemin, and we are sustainably transforming the quality of life.
The gastrointestinal tract of productive, high-performing animals exhibits a healthy microbial balance. The microbiota is comprised of hundreds of different bacterial species, which can be either beneficial or pathogenic to the animal. Pathogenic species, such as Clostridium perfringens, are commonly found in the gut of healthy animals, yet do not impact performance. However, when given the opportunity to thrive, the Clostridia can proliferate and create an imbalance in the microbiota ecosystem, negatively impacting health and performance. A high prevalence of Clostridium perfringens in the microbiota can result in damage to the intestinal lining in the form of lesions, thus reducing the digestive and absorptive capacity of the animal. In addition, the decreased intestinal integrity of the gut allows harmful pathogens and toxins to enter into the host, which can result in both intestinal and systemic inflammation. The use of an active microbial like Clostat can support a healthy microbial balance in the gut by reducing its susceptibility to intestinal challenges. Clostat contains a unique patented spore-forming strain of Bacillus subtilis, PB6, which was isolated from chickens who had survived a high exposure to Clostridium perfringens in the environment. Because PB6 is a spore-forming bacteria, it is able to survive harsh conditions, such as the acidity of the stomach or the temperatures associated with pelleting. Under appropriate conditions, PB6 germinates into vegetative cells and becomes active. Once active, the PB6 in Clostat secretes antibacterial compounds that are inhibitory towards certain strains of pathogenic bacteria, such as Clostridium perfringens. These antibacterial proteins disrupt the cell membrane of the pathogen, causing leakage of the cell contents, ultimately killing the bacteria without harming the beneficial gut microflora. Thus, PB6 is specific in reducing the prevalence of pathogenic bacteria in the microbiota, ultimately maintaining a balanced and healthy microbiota. Feeding Clostat active microbial helps support a healthy microbial balance in the gut by reducing the susceptible intestinal challenges that would otherwise negatively impact health and performance.
We are scientists, inspired by the world around us. We are visionaries who see things that others don't. We are innovators and farmers and researchers. We are moms and dads, the parents of tomorrow.
Every day, Kemin team members are here to add value to the entire value chain. They bring home to our customers the type of nutrition they expect.
We are Kemin, and we are transforming lives. Founded in 1961 by R.W. and Mary Nelson, Kemin Industries began modestly on a family farm in Des Moines, Iowa. Today, however, Kemin has grown into a global ingredients company, improving health, feeding a growing population, and ensuring the safety and well-being of billions of lives. In more than 120 countries around the world, in Europe, the Americas, China, Africa, and Asia, in laboratories, in fields, on farms, and in factories, Kemin Innovation is finding solutions to the world's greatest challenges.
Scientific discovery is based on having and testing hypotheses. If what happens is different from what you had expected, that doesn't mean the experiment was wrong. It means you have a possibility of a discovery.
Built on exacting science and powered by human imagination, Kemin works to sustainably transform the quality of life every day for 80% of the world with its products and services.
The quality and safety of our ingredients is absolutely critical. If just one mistake makes it to market, our customers are at risk. That's why we test, retest, and test again. Our clients trust us.
Kemin works closely with our customers to increase an awareness of how their products interrelate with local environments, food safety, and nutritional demands. In fact, every Kemin facility around the world has a customer laboratory services team dedicated to helping our customers with their unique challenges.
For over half a century, Kemin has applied science to improve the quality of life. We embrace the exploration of new areas, finding unique solutions to changing needs. We truly work with an eye on the future, developing scientific solutions today that will be ready to benefit you tomorrow.
We are relentless in our pursuit of a better world. And because we hold ourselves to a higher standard around the globe, you will find dedicated professionals with a deeper commitment, a passion for what is possible, and a desire to do more for the communities we serve. We are Kemin, and we are sustainably transforming the quality of life.
The gastrointestinal tract of productive, high-performing animals exhibits a healthy microbial balance. The microbiota is comprised of hundreds of different bacterial species, which can be either beneficial or pathogenic to the animal. Pathogenic species, such as Clostridium perfringens, are commonly found in the gut of healthy animals, yet do not impact performance. However, when given the opportunity to thrive, the Clostridia can proliferate and create an imbalance in the microbiota ecosystem, negatively impacting health and performance. A high prevalence of Clostridium perfringens in the microbiota can result in damage to the intestinal lining in the form of lesions, thus reducing the digestive and absorptive capacity of the animal. In addition, the decreased intestinal integrity of the gut allows harmful pathogens and toxins to enter into the host, which can result in both intestinal and systemic inflammation. The use of an active microbial like Clostat can support a healthy microbial balance in the gut by reducing its susceptibility to intestinal challenges. Clostat contains a unique patented spore-forming strain of Bacillus subtilis, PB6, which was isolated from chickens who had survived a high exposure to Clostridium perfringens in the environment. Because PB6 is a spore-forming bacteria, it is able to survive harsh conditions, such as the acidity of the stomach or the temperatures associated with pelleting. Under appropriate conditions, PB6 germinates into vegetative cells and becomes active. Once active, the PB6 in Clostat secretes antibacterial compounds that are inhibitory towards certain strains of pathogenic bacteria, such as Clostridium perfringens. These antibacterial proteins disrupt the cell membrane of the pathogen, causing leakage of the cell contents, ultimately killing the bacteria without harming the beneficial gut microflora. Thus, PB6 is specific in reducing the prevalence of pathogenic bacteria in the microbiota, ultimately maintaining a balanced and healthy microbiota. Feeding Clostat active microbial helps support a healthy microbial balance in the gut by reducing the susceptible intestinal challenges that would otherwise negatively impact health and performance.
We are scientists, inspired by the world around us. We are visionaries who see things that others don't. We are innovators and farmers and researchers. We are moms and dads, the parents of tomorrow.
Every day, Kemin team members are here to add value to the entire value chain. They bring home to our customers the type of nutrition they expect.
We are Kemin, and we are transforming lives. Founded in 1961 by R.W. and Mary Nelson, Kemin Industries began modestly on a family farm in Des Moines, Iowa. Today, however, Kemin has grown into a global ingredients company, improving health, feeding a growing population, and ensuring the safety and well-being of billions of lives. In more than 120 countries around the world, in Europe, the Americas, China, Africa, and Asia, in laboratories, in fields, on farms, and in factories, Kemin Innovation is finding solutions to the world's greatest challenges.
Scientific discovery is based on having and testing hypotheses. If what happens is different from what you had expected, that doesn't mean the experiment was wrong. It means you have a possibility of a discovery.
Built on exacting science and powered by human imagination, Kemin works to sustainably transform the quality of life every day for 80% of the world with its products and services.
The quality and safety of our ingredients is absolutely critical. If just one mistake makes it to market, our customers are at risk. That's why we test, retest, and test again. Our clients trust us.
Kemin works closely with our customers to increase an awareness of how their products interrelate with local environments, food safety, and nutritional demands. In fact, every Kemin facility around the world has a customer laboratory services team dedicated to helping our customers with their unique challenges.
For over half a century, Kemin has applied science to improve the quality of life. We embrace the exploration of new areas, finding unique solutions to changing needs. We truly work with an eye on the future, developing scientific solutions today that will be ready to benefit you tomorrow.
We are relentless in our pursuit of a better world. And because we hold ourselves to a higher standard around the globe, you will find dedicated professionals with a deeper commitment, a passion for what is possible, and a desire to do more for the communities we serve. We are Kemin, and we are sustainably transforming the quality of life.
The gastrointestinal tract of productive, high-performing animals exhibits a healthy microbial balance. The microbiota is comprised of hundreds of different bacterial species, which can be either beneficial or pathogenic to the animal. Pathogenic species, such as Clostridium perfringens, are commonly found in the gut of healthy animals, yet do not impact performance. However, when given the opportunity to thrive, the Clostridia can proliferate and create an imbalance in the microbiota ecosystem, negatively impacting health and performance. A high prevalence of Clostridium perfringens in the microbiota can result in damage to the intestinal lining in the form of lesions, thus reducing the digestive and absorptive capacity of the animal. In addition, the decreased intestinal integrity of the gut allows harmful pathogens and toxins to enter into the host, which can result in both intestinal and systemic inflammation. The use of an active microbial like Clostat can support a healthy microbial balance in the gut by reducing its susceptibility to intestinal challenges. Clostat contains a unique patented spore-forming strain of Bacillus subtilis, PB6, which was isolated from chickens who had survived a high exposure to Clostridium perfringens in the environment. Because PB6 is a spore-forming bacteria, it is able to survive harsh conditions, such as the acidity of the stomach or the temperatures associated with pelleting. Under appropriate conditions, PB6 germinates into vegetative cells and becomes active. Once active, the PB6 in Clostat secretes antibacterial compounds that are inhibitory towards certain strains of pathogenic bacteria, such as Clostridium perfringens. These antibacterial proteins disrupt the cell membrane of the pathogen, causing leakage of the cell contents, ultimately killing the bacteria without harming the beneficial gut microflora. Thus, PB6 is specific in reducing the prevalence of pathogenic bacteria in the microbiota, ultimately maintaining a balanced and healthy microbiota. Feeding Clostat active microbial helps support a healthy microbial balance in the gut by reducing the susceptible intestinal challenges that would otherwise negatively impact health and performance.
สวัสดีค่ะ Good afternoon มากันดังฮาปอน and ซินเจ้า so good afternoon once again you are with me Rose Chitanuwat. I'm going to moderate this afternoon session. It is part of the layer week webinar. So in the morning we have gone through few session on the how to manage water, the ventilation, and also the success case in Philippines on managing sustainable farming. Definitely the sustainability is the pressure that we get all around because livestock sector that we all are here produce the emission, which is we need to cope up how to reduce that. So one of the topic that we are going to have with Big Dutchman today, Big Dutchman is one of the market leader who is working on the turnkey project, and they provide a solution, cost effectiveness one, and also with the environmental sustainability concern. So Big Dutchman has the office more than 100 countries, if I not mistaken. So this is a great opportunity that you can hear the evolution, the development and innovation that Big Dutchman has been focusing on how to help the farmers to reduce the emission, which is manage the emission that can make the methane that can cause the warm planet. So the next topic will be with us about 1 hour. The topic will be presented by Mr. Yap Ten Half. He is the Business Development Sales Manager from Big Dutchman Asia. You may heard they call BDA, that is Big Dutchman Asia. So the topic on modern farming and waste treatment. So may I invite Yap to be on the call for presenting to all of you.
Absolutely, and thank you very much, Rose, for your introduction. Sawadee Krap and Sing Ciao to everybody. Let me load my screen. Are you guys seeing my screen?
Yes, but it's yet to be the presentation slide. It's with note. Okay.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this presentation on modern farming and waste management. My name is Jaap ten Have, and I work for Big Dutchman Asia. I'm based in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and it's my pleasure to walk you through this presentation. Now, let's start straight with a bold statement. Droppings are not waste. We can turn a liability into an asset. We can turn something that has always given us problems into a solution, into a success. And chicken manure are not waste. They're actually a source of energy, fertilizer, and protein. And in most of the cases, it turns into a profit as well. Now, the picture here you can see on the right shows that a good fertilizer can contribute to a better soil. And eventually, if we have a better soil, it can capture carbon as well, being better for the environment. To get to that point of turning manure into success, we do require specific equipment and knowledge. Now, we realize that every farm is different and requires a slightly different approach on how to get successful waste management in place. So therefore, we say sustainable livestock farming does not come without challenges. So what are those challenges? I've summed up most common problems we have noticed from visiting our customers throughout the years. And I would say that more than 80% of the farmers have the same problems. And I'm sure that a lot of you here in the room recognize those problems. Start with the first one, handling problem. Storage and transportation issues. Storage, meaning how long can I store it? Is it still wet when it goes in? Should it be still wet? How do I store it? How big is my shed supposed to be, for example? With transportation, we've seen that trucks are, for example, not on time. Sometimes it's hard to reach a farm in a remote area. Sometimes people don't show up at all. Wet manure is a problem that everybody knows of. It's annoying, it takes up a lot of time and effort, and it's basically always in our way. Additional cost to remove manure. In a lot of cases, we have to pay somebody to remove the manure, or maybe pay for the transport or for the petrol or some sort of cost is always involved. Smell and odor issues is, I think, by far the #1 problem in all of the farms, at least in Southeast Asia. Complaints from neighbors and communities, and then it doesn't matter if the farm is a few hundred meters away or maybe a few kilometers away, when you can still smell the bad gases, the ammonia, sometimes it's dusty. Flies, a lot of flies inside of the shed, outside of the shed. I've seen flies in a coffee house a few kilometers down the road of a farm. So it happens. There are flies all over the place. Major environmental problems. As you can see on some of the photos on the right, a lot of ammonia in the air. Ammonia is harmful, especially when it turns to a greenhouse gas. Water contamination, as you can see on the picture on the right, where we sometimes dump it in the river or even in the sea. Valuable nutrients runoff. So that means that the nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus, for example, are then run off, maybe in the water, maybe into the land. And those are actually valuable nutrients that we can use in land applications. Employees leaving the companies could be because of the smell, high amount of ammonia on the farm, for example. Awareness and transfer knowledge. It could be how to handle climate in combination with manure handling. For example, what happens if I run the cooling pad? Well, the humidity will increase and it will also affect the manure in the house. The manure becomes more wet. So how do you deal with that? So how do you deal with that if some person knows about it, but then leaves the company? Is he willing to share? Are they sharing information when they leave the company? So is everybody aware of what happens with waste management? Okay, so customers know Big Dutchman from our total solutions. We have been in the industry for more than 80 years. We started as an equipment company, slowly moved into ventilation, to feed handling, to buildings, farm management, data management as well. Of course, we are known for our service as well, our after sales support. And I would say, based on customer feedback from the last 10 years, we've also focused on environmental solutions, such sort of complementary products to our core products. In your case, for example, that's egg. So these are all in-house design products that we made with customer feedback. And we can supply dryers, pelletizers, air cleaners, and also composting towers. So this is what a modern farm in Asia looks like. So we want our customers to grow. Superior growth value creation, as sometimes we call it. To grow, for example, the amount of eggs, to grow the size of the eggs, to grow profit, but also grow the waste management side of the business. And in the end, we want to improve productivity, performance, and efficiency. Okay, I'm getting feedback from some people that my mic is not correct. Is it better now?
It is like when you move the body back, the mic, your voice is lost. So maybe have to stay still and put the mic close to your mouth.
Okay, if I keep it like this, will it? Is it loud enough?
Yes, it's good.
Okay, I'll try to stay 100% still. But please let me know if the mic is not working.
Sure.
Okay, so this is what a modern farm looks like. And this part highlighted here in the lower left bottom is will be considered normal in the future, also on Asian farms, where we have layer houses that are connected by manure conveyors to a drying tunnel. After that, the dried manure will be composted and stored in a shed. And during the composting process, the air is cleaned by the air cleaner to remove smell, ammonia, and dust. And lastly, all the way in the left side, we can make pellets from the end product, which is either dried manure pellets or compost pellets. Okay, the problem of wet layer manure. Now, I'm sure that most people in this room have seen this before on a farm. Wet manure, it jams the systems, realign manure belt issues. That happens everywhere. So how do we deal with the situation of wet manure? Well, our strength is to integrate existing equipment, such as ventilation in this case, as you can see on the slide, to not only cool the bird, but also dry the manure at the same time. Now, from our 80+ years of experience, we understand the chicken, we know how they live like, and based on that, we design a shed to also make use of all our existing products to eventually reduce the operational expenses for our customers. Now, we know ventilation, we know airspeed, pressure, humidity. For example, during the day when a cooling pad is running, we know that white birds produce less manure compared to brown birds. So all of these things are taken into consideration when we design waste treatment or waste management products. So all equipment can work perfectly together. This is one example of a combination of our products. The ventilator cools the bird, as you can see on the left, but it also dries the manure at the same time, manure on the right side. And all of these products are in a Big Dutchman design building. Okay, so coming back to the overview again, let's have a deeper look into the dryer system. We place the dryer directly behind the ventilation to make use of the hot and free air coming out of a layer house. In this way, we keep the operational expenses low since there is no need for additional heat source. In this side view, you can see that the hot air passes the manure through the perforated manure belts or plates and absorbs water. Then the moistened air will then leave the drying house or eventually end up in an air scrubber or air washer or air cleaner, as we sometimes refer to. So the dried manure can be easily stored and transported since you remove a lot of moisture out of the manure. So the more moisture you remove, the lighter the product and the easier to transport, and the less fuel eventually you use as well. It can dry up to 70 to 80% dry matter content, also known as DMC. And it's ideal for pre-drying if you want to make a high-valued compost fertilizer. Of course, if you want to skip that, you can also straight away go into pelletizing the dry manure as well. For the OptiSec, we have two options. One is to connect straight away to the house, as I showed on the slide just now. And the other version is a standalone version. For example, if you have less space behind the house available. So how do we dry the manure? The manure enters at the top and drops down slowly, tier by tier, until the manure is dry enough after a few days, and then can be discharged. Okay, I have a video to show you how it works in action. So the manure enters the system via manure conveyor belts. It can be all atomized. It is captured in a filling station above the top tier of the system. To control the amount of manure entering the system, the manure is weighed by load cells. So when the hopper is full, it starts to load the OptiSec and will distribute the manure evenly on the manure belt. So it spreads nice from side to side. I hope the video is not too laggy. So here you can see a complete overview of the OptiSec. It is multiple tiers high. It can go up from 2 tiers up to 14 tiers. That's 14, 1, 4. And as you can see here on the top, the moisture is still in the system when it enters, but when it slowly drops, it decreases. And you will have a similar end product as we show over here in the video. We here have an example of a OptiSec system that includes a Big Dutchman building. And this is taken in Vietnam. The building has no leakage, keeps the heat nicely in the building, and it's wrapped around a customized OptiSec that's designed for optimum efficiency with no unnecessary extra space. It also works perfect with our ventilation and on the manure belt conveyors, as you can see on the left-hand side. Some photos from the inside of our system in Vietnam. On the left, you can see the top tier of the system where the manure just entered. We can provide a computer to control the OptiSec with an easy to use touch screen. All right, let's move on to the CompoTower to make compost. The goal of the CompoTower is to turn dried manure into organic compost that acts as a high-value fertilizer. We introduced this CompoTower to come up with a better product than the horizontal turners that are currently in the market. That is why we chose a vertical enclosed composting system. It's all stainless steel, so high temperatures within the system of 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. And we can load it on a daily basis. And when the manure is still in the system, turning into compost, it stays in the system for 4 to 5 days. So because we add on manure on a daily basis, there's also daily compost output. It's a small footprint. It's designed in such a way where it goes in the sky and not on the ground, widens out. And it's about 5 by 6 meters. So it's 30 square meters per tower. We've chosen for a modular approach. So you can start with one system, and when it's successful, you can add another one and another one and another one. Easy to operate, only with one headcount. It's feedback from our customers in Vietnam, but also other parts in Southeast Asia, where only one person can operate the system. Okay, I've got a video here. So it's a part 3D video, but also a live video from a customer in Vietnam. So in the beginning, we have to load it up with sawdust. It only happens once to sort of kickstart the bacterial process. And after that, we only fill in manure from our layer houses. So the sawdust is just to kickstart the biological process. The bucket is about 1 cubic meter, and you can load a couple of buckets per day inside of the tower. So we have continuous air blow through the system to ensure sufficient oxygen through the mixing blades. As you can see over there, they're spinning in the center. It's an insulated tank, so it captures the heat very effectively, and continuous slow agitation among contact among oxygen, microbes, and feedstock. This guy smells the manure and says it's okay. So every day we have output of compost as well. So when it enters the system, it's roughly 40 to 45% DMC. And when it comes out, it's close to 70% DMC. So DMC again stands for dry matter content. So we don't add microorganisms or enzymes. We only add manure coming from the house. Plus, as I will later show you as well, there's an option to completely clean the air out of all the ammonia and dust and odor coming out of it. We can add 9 tons of manure each day with a dry matter content of 45%. That's the optimum. And then every day we can also remove close to 6 tons of compost per day. As you can see on the photo, it's moving from the top slowly down. Air and oxygen is going through to speed up the process. And the inside volume of the tower is 66 cubic meters. It's a heavy machine, but we only need one person to operate it. Our tests show good results with a high amount of organic matter and also good NPK value, nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus. And what also is very useful is that there's no pathogens. So the E. coli bacteria is not detected. Salmonella is also not detected. As you can see, the version on the left is English. The version on the right is Vietnamese. We are about to have a Malaysian version as well. Okay, next up is the air cleaner. So it's a small little container you see in between the compo towers. I can assure you it's not a small machine, but if you stand next to a 9-meter tower, then it turns out to be very small. It's a chemical air scrubber. We have to make it chemical because of the high amount of ammonia inside of the tower. It will effectively reduce the smell because of that. And of course, it will solve the problem of ammonia emissions. We connect it to pipes. So all of the harmful gases stay within the system and then go immediately into the air cleaner to get rid of all those harmful gases. And one cleaner can handle 2 compo towers. So as you can see on the picture here, it's nicely situated in between those 2 towers. And it produces ammonium sulfate as a byproduct, which is actually a liquid fertilizer. This is how it looks like on the inside. We have on the left the control room and what we call the skid. So all the pipes and the pumps that are connected to the right side where all the showers are that scrub the air of dirty ammonia, dust and odor. And it's fit in a 40-foot container. Photos of an air cleaner in action. Here you can clearly see it looks like a shower. It's sprinkling all of the acids on the dirty gases. This version is connected to a house. That's also a possibility. For example, a layer house can be connected with an air cleaner, and it's connected at the gable wall where the ventilators are placed. So when the harmful gases leave the house, it will get a chemical shower or a biological shower, depending on your preference. And then we will be able to clean the air and get rid of harmful emissions. Oh, sorry. The movie. So this movie was produced for the Compo Liner, which is another product that we have. It's similar to the Compo Tower. The Compo Tower is vertical, the Compo Liner is more of horizontal in a container type. And as you can see here, it's also connected to a big pipe. So all the harmful gases stay within the system, either this system or the Compo Tower. And then the harmful gases then are removed from the system and then go into the air scrubber. It will enter the lower parts of the scrubber. It goes to a dust filter as well. Then when the air reaches the shower, it will get a sort of an acid spray, an acid shower. It's chemically, as I said, because of the high amounts of ammonia within those systems. Whatever is coming out is very clean air. In fact, 2 weeks ago, I was in Europe. I also visited one of these farms and I stood next to one of these machines, and I can safely say that you could hardly smell it when you are standing next to it. When you are standing 20, 30, maybe 50 meters away, you don't smell anything at all. So it's highly effective. So what about the storage? This is a house where you can temporarily store either dried manure or compost. Depends, of course, on the wishes of the farmer. Whether, for example, it's easier to sell compost, or maybe the price of dried manure is better, or maybe compost is not yet installed. Here we make use of conveyors, as you can see on the top, that enter the house.
Excuse me, Yap.
Yes.
Voice lost more often now.
Oh, okay. Then let me go back. So this is a house where you can temporarily store either dry manure or compost. It depends on, of course, the farmer's wishes. The manure or compost can come in via conveyor, as you can see on the top part of this photo. Another option is to straight away drop compost into a temporary storage, an open shed, so to say. Easy for the front loader to come in and scoop the manure. All right, moving on to the pellet box. It's a perfect way to dry manure or compost in a very compact way. The value of pelletized products is also higher and can be easily transported. It does not use any heat like natural gas because the heat source is a press. We have sold these in Europe, but also in Vietnam and Philippines, for example, in Southeast Asia. And just like other products, it's very easy to operate. In this case, you just need one person to operate the pellet box. It can handle about 750 kilograms per hour. If this version is too small, we have a 5 ton per hour version as well. It's plug and play. It's all made and assembled in Germany. It also comes in a container, so it's very easy to transport. It's a very clean system. It hardly produces any dust. And like I said, but it's a very important point, there's no natural gas needed, so it's safer. This is what the end product looks like. It's a jumbo bag of 1 ton. We can even repack in smaller bags and sell it, for example, at a higher margin. We've seen it around Southeast Asia. Okay, so what is the goal of manure treatment? Next to solving a problem of smell, wet manure, and ammonia, it is better for the environment. And the world's most urgent mission, of course, is carbon neutrality by 2050. So what we need to do is to bring down carbon levels dramatically. And that is something which is also very applicable to the agriculture industry and the layer industry as well. So the goal is to reduce greenhouse gases. On the left, you can see the current baseline. That means that this is the figure that we now emit. And the goal is to further reduce it to scenario 3, which is all the way on the right, which is in fact possible with our current products. So let me explain a little bit what the current baseline means. The current practice is that we stack manure, as you can see on the left-hand side, or temporarily store manure on our farm before we transport it somewhere else. And when we transport it, we require a lot of trucks, a lot of heavy transport, and usually those trucks are also quite bad for the environment. When we then apply the untreated manure on the land, it's actually very harmful because it's still full of bacteria and we still have odor issues. It's full of bacteria that, for example, the compost tower can eliminate, as I shared in a few slides before. Our solution is that we straight away dry the manure when it's coming out of the house without storing it, and then completely we make compost out of it straight away. And then we clean the air at the same time. Then only we apply it as organic fertilizer on our soil. So by doing so, we can reduce more than 600 tons of CO2 equivalents per year. To put this in perspective, I've taken the most common used green product, which is solar panels. And in this case, I took 800 solar panels because on one house, one layer house with 50,000 birds, you can put on the roof 400 solar panels. So if you have 800 solar panels, it's a reduction of 334 tons of CO2 per year. Or for example, let's say 73 passenger cars. If we compare to our systems, also systems for 100,000 birds, so the compost tower, the manure dryer and the air cleaner for 100,000 birds, it can reduce 626 tons of CO2 per year, which is almost double of what the solar panels can do. And the solar panel is the most famous and well-known, let's say, carbon reduction product. Of course, perfectly fine if you put solar panels on the roof and also use those products, then you are doing the right thing. Because of our innovative new products, we are endorsed by the government of Malaysia with this green certificate. That means that our customers in Malaysia can get a double tax deduction. We are actually trying to get more certificates across Southeast Asia as well. For example, for Thailand, Vietnam, but also Indonesia, so they can use this type of certification as well. So what products can help with the sustainable transition? As you can see over here, we have heat exchangers, we have manure dryers, we have water filtration systems, we have manure separators that are useful for example, pigs, but also when you have biogas. We have pelletizers, we have compost towers, air cleaners, as well as cooling machines. We provide heat pumps, and we even have geothermal energy technology, where you basically take heat from the lower part of the earth and then transport it back to your house to heat up. We have a few projects running like that in the Netherlands. And on the left, for example, you can see a heat exchanger that converts energy from the air cleaner to useful heat in clean water that can be transported to air inlets to condition incoming air. For example, the first few days when you need a lot of hot air in the house when you have baby chicks. All right, this is an air cleaning video. As you can see here, this white round bubble is air. It's still fresh, it's white. There's no air pollution, the air temperature is okay. But when it goes inside of a house, there's a lot of harmful gases. So the air temperature rises, and then the air pollution also rises. Then it will hit our air cleaning system. It will get an acid shower, and then slowly the air temperature drops, and then the air pollution is gone as well. So whatever we emit is very clean air. This is a side view. Here you can again see the shower in action. It gets rid of all the harmful gases coming out of a chicken house. And then the lower part, you can see where the water is being captured. It's very hot water. And that water we can also use for our so-called triple E heat recovery system. So all the hot air is then coming out of the chicken shed, and then is being captured in that basin down below. And that hot water is then being transported through pipes underground or above ground, it's up to you, towards the inlets to condition the air. And then the inlets also have heat exchangers in front of them. So here, let's say if you need to heat up the house in the first few days, when you need a lot of high temperatures above 30 degrees, we can condition the house with heating. So a heat pump is a system that can be used to make hot water, and then that hot water can go to the inlets. But the latest technology we introduce is our air conditioning unit to further cool down the house. It is the same principle as you just saw in the video, whereby we use heat from the wastewater in the air cleaner to export to our inlets, and then via the inlets it goes into the house. But instead of hot air, this time it's cool air. So the air chiller, the one on the left, chills it to 10 degrees, and then through piping it goes back into the house. So if you purchase products that are good for the environment, you also want to have data or evidence to back up that statement. Because you want to know your ammonia emission levels, you want to know your particulate matter, amount of manure out of the house, water use, gas use, and so on. So collecting data is essential for the farmer to grow the amount of eggs and also the profits, but it's also very useful to share with customers. So multiple sensors are collecting data all the time, sending it back to our Big FarmNet software program. And those sensors, for example, are CO2 sensors, humidity sensors, pressure sensors, ammonia sensors, water sensors, and so on. So all the data is first collected in our ViperTouch computer. It's one computer per shed. And if you have multiple sheds, we can send all the data to Big FarmNet Manager. It collects all the complete farm overview for multiple farms in one computer. And we can even integrate it with the complete value chain, such as food producers, hatcheries, egg processing, further processing, etc. So you get that complete overview of all your data. So with sustainable products that are certified by the government and checked by our Big FarmNet, we can also contribute to UN's Sustainable Development Goals. This is, for example, very useful for publicly listed companies who have to report their environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, but also for family-owned farms who want to communicate to their farmers, to their customers, that they are sustainable. How can I afford new equipment? Access to capital is essential to buy new innovative products. And more of these types of loans, they're called green bonds or green financing, is also available in Southeast Asia. In a few days' time, there will be an important climate meeting in Scotland with world leaders. And I've read that they're also making sure that more capital is coming towards Asia for green investments. Of course, one additional benefit is free publicity. You end up in a lot of newspapers, a lot of trade magazines. And this is a good way to communicate with your users or your customers that you are doing the right thing and that you are taking a step towards sustainability. So I would say make use of the first mover advantage, be a role model and boost company reputation. There's smell reduction. We can increase relationships with our customers, with our people around the farm, with communities. We can achieve low ammonia emissions. So we are compliant with all regulation and we are stress-free. And we increase the livestock and workers' welfare. So we have better productivity and better quality. Thank you very much. It's time for questions.
Yes, yeah. Thank you very much. Very impressive in the way Big Dutchman looking at the total value chain. You're thinking even about the gasoline, petrol using in the truck, transport, the manual also. So that's very nice. Definitely a lot of questions. Yeah. So I would start with the question on how to clean how to clean the machine when it's handled the manual. So how often the farm has to clean and what to use to clean it. Yeah.
Yeah, so as you can see on the photo that I still shared on the screen, we have multiple products.
Yeah.
So there's multiple ways of cleaning. For example, the dryer is something that doesn't need a lot of cleaning. But of course, the better and the more you clean it, the better it is for the life cycle of the product. Compotau, for example, is completely closed, and we only ask maybe once a year to clean a product. What do we still have? Pelletizers are also, well, they're a little bit more prone to maintenance. We do ask the pelletizer users to use a bit more oil every now and then. But as I showed in the presentation, they're very much dust-free. So a lot of products, if you are handled them nicely, if you make sure that the ventilation is correct in the house, then the manure coming out of the house is already quite dry. So it doesn't get so wet in the machines. That's something you want to avoid.
Okay, so the next question from our friend from Myanmar. There also some your team also help to answer on the chat box. How many times they need to clean the manure per week in 5 tiers, like 30,000 birds layer house?
This they mean inside of the house itself?
To clean manure per week in 5 tiers. Yes.
Okay. Well, we sort of advise to remove the manure on a daily basis. So
every day. Yeah. Not
day,
clean, but remove. Yeah.
Remove, definitely. And then after, for example, one cycle, one batch, you can clean the whole house. And then you can do a real thorough cleaning, a real tough type of cleaning.
Okay.
But at least remove the manure every day. That's very important.
Yeah. The next question is about when you show that putting the manure to dry, put in the dryer, the processing time altogether, it's how many hours or how many days? Can you explain?
Definitely, it's a good question. So we design based on the needs of the customer. So it could be that for some customers, they would like 1 or 2 days. And in some cases, it's 3 or 4 days. But I would say then on general, maybe to give an average answer, 2 to 3 days, it will be inside of the system. Because it uses the hot air coming out of the house. And then by using that hot air, it further dries the manure. It also depends on if you, for example, want to dry it up to, let's say, 50% dry matter content, or maybe all the way up to 70 or 80% dry matter content. So the longer you dry, of course, the better the result. Some people can sell manure for good money at 50% dry matter content. So it really depends.
Yeah. And next question is, seems all the photo and video you show, there are many medium and small farmers inside this conference as well. They want to ask, like, if about the combo tower, what is the smallest capacity? They don't tell how big is their farm, okay? So
Yeah.
like, how is the smallest capacity that Big Dutchman offer to the customer? Yeah.
Oh, it's a very good question. So we roughly say you need about 100,000 birds, and then 100,000 birds can use 1 compost tower. So with 100,000 birds, you have enough manure to produce compost on a daily basis.
Okay.
So that's, I think, roughly, let's say 2 houses of 50,000 birds. And 50,000 birds is very standard in Southeast Asia for layer houses.
Yes. Otherwise, any idea, like some area they do the layer farming, they can also invest as a cooperative to have combo tower, right? Like in Thailand, some area that have many farm and they have the layer cooperative. That's work like that or not? Or it recommend to be the full system from the layer house. Can it do in separate way, like same? Yeah.
You mean that multiple farmers take the manure and put it in, let's say, 1 tower? Well, it is possible. We have seen some farmers do that as well, where, for example, they buy one compost tower and then multiple people then supply manure to that compost tower. It is possible, definitely. But preferably then what is necessary is to maybe pre-dry it a little bit on the farm, so it's not so wet, and then you can easily transport it as well, so you reduce your transportation cost, and then only you make compost out of it. So that's absolutely a possibility.
Yeah, I believe that there is a situation in a way that Southeast Asia is in tremendous pressure by the cost of feed, and then the investment. I think they must kind of one step at a time, you know. So
Yeah.
that's might be the solution for any cooperatives or the farmers you can reach to Big Dutchman team here. The next, yeah. Anything? The next
Yeah, no,
question.
so I
yeah.
just wanted to add on, this is exactly why we also produce smaller systems. And that's connected to what I said earlier, that we like to grow with the customer. So we
Yes.
supply to small farms who want to make a slow transition, or also big corporations who like to invest everything at one time. But it's important for us that we supply all those type of customers with the right products. So it could be one compost tower or a very small dryer, or many, many dryers in a big system. So we have multiple possibilities for that.
Okay. The next question, yep, it says, what happens to ammonium sulfate that is byproduct from the system?
Yeah, so it's in fact a liquid fertilizer. So in some countries in Asia, you can put it on the land. In some countries, it's not yet allowed. But then if you dry ammonium sulfate, then it's again possible to sell it or further treat it. So there are a few possibilities, but I would say it's a quite technical and a scientific question, and it actually depends on the country. So if that person would like to contact us, we can give him the right information and really help him.
Yes.
Maybe talk to the government or talk to the local government or those people who are involved with chemicals.
Okay. So my next question is about, I think Big Dutchman has done tremendous, like a lot of studies on manage the manure, because some in China, some in Europe also make manure doing the biogas. So the question is, why this way you see this approach has the better benefit than going with the biogas?
Yeah, biogas in a lot of cases, especially for layers, do require a lot of investment. You need a lot of land because
Yes.
the biogas needs to stand on a very big piece of land. And there's also a lot of heavy equipment involved. And you cannot scale it up. You cannot start small, as you said earlier, where some people just want to add on a little bit. That's not possible with biogas. So you have to start very big. Otherwise, it's not profitable. So it's very useful for pig farms. I would say a little bit less for layer farms, because layer farms have manure every day that can be easily dried if you put it in a dryer, for example. And if you want to make it into compost, for example, in Vietnam, the price of compost is very high. So there it would make sense if you make it into compost rather than turn it into biogas. But of course, it's still possible. If there's any customer in the layer farm or in the layer world that wants biogas, we also have a few equipment for that. We can help support them. But I would say it's more applicable maybe for cows and pigs and that type of animal.
I think the land factor, animal, which type of species also be the factor to think about which way they gonna do also. But with the system, you have innovate. The Big Dutchman have innovate. It is really built in with the farm itself.
Yes.
Right. And there is a question that you show on the ventilation. There is a question that how to manage during the winter.
Okay. Winter, did they also mention what country?
I believe Vietnam, because I don't have European except you and your boss in the call.
Okay. Yeah, in the winter time, of course, the climate is already different. And then the manure is probably also a little bit more dry and it's easy to handle actually. In the Southeast Asia parts where it's a tropical climate, then it becomes very wet. There's a lot of humidity in the manure, and then it's not so easy to manage anymore.
Yeah.
So winter time, of course, it can still go on. I would advise them to make it automatic. So the manure will be removed automatic by conveyors and then automatically placed in a machine. You can even build a small little house or some roof around it. So when it's really cold in the wintertime or when it's snowing, for example, at least it gets some cover. And then from there you can dry it or make compost or pelletize it. So there are ways of making sure that the system will be more enclosed, so to say, to fight the winter.
All right. That I think you explained already, but the question still here. I want to address it. Does the manure can be used as a fertilizer after the process?
Well, it is possible. It is possible. If you dry manure, you get rid of moisture, and then you can apply it on the land. It can be considered a fertilizer. I did show it in the slides as well. It's not the best fertilizer, to be honest. It could still have harmful bacteria in there, and harmful bacteria can actually turn the soil bad. So that's something we want to avoid.
That's why not recommend, better to compost it first.
That's the best. Yeah.
Yeah. So there is one question asking how is the system manage the harmful bacteria in the manure?
Yeah. So in the case of the compost tower, it's a fully enclosed system. So that means that it doesn't go away. It stays inside. And the bacterial process inside of the compost tower will create 60 to 70 degrees Celsius of heat.
Oh,
so it's very hot. You don't want to stick your hand in there. And if manure gets exposed to that high temperature, all the bacteria in the manure will be eliminated. They will be killed. So all the pathogen, all the viruses inside of manure will then be eliminated. And that's how we get rid of those harmful bacteria.
Yeah. So the next question, what was the minimum percent DMC for ideal composting? 40, 45, or what is that?
Yeah, that's the ideal. We roughly, we take 45 as the best, but sometimes we say roughly 40, 45. Okay.
The next question is, how does the machine, for example, that you answer already on the clean. They want to ask whether it need to use like detergent or top foam or just like water or need something else or not to clean.
Yeah. Let me see if my Charlie, do you know? Charlie is our engineer. He knows all the.
Charlie is in the call as well.
Charlie, what products do we use for cleaning?
Charlie, unmute.
Okay, well,
it's
besides...
okay. We can get him to answer later. So the next question is there a possibility that coccidiosis will arise in the manual belt conveyor system?
I think that will always be a possibility.
Yes, so it's back to how we clean.
Yeah, it's always possible when we're dealing with manure. That's true.
All right. Yeah. So the next question is to you for sure on the system. I think they are worried about the disturb the flock when collecting the manure during the day. Yeah.
Well, that's something that we haven't experienced. We just, let's say, remove the manure on a daily basis. And as we can see, it doesn't disturb the flock. They don't get rattled by it.
No record, no incident.
No incident, no.
Yeah.
No birds escaping or whatsoever. No, they stay in the cages.
Okay. I would go to the next one. The question is minimum want to ask about recommend minimum and maximum air speed for layer case. I think the question from Pakistan. Yeah.
Okay. In Pakistan, wow. Okay, maybe in the layer cage, maybe somewhere between 3.5 meters per second on the top of my head. Of course, it varies. Pakistan is a big country. They have different climates, but some parts are hot, some parts are even hotter. I guess, and this is just a guess, I have to talk to this this man or woman just to verify what the actual place is. But I guess maybe 3.5.
Yeah. Okay. The next question on our friend from Myanmar asking. So I think Big Dutchman will get order for sure, this one, because he already want to know about maintenance procedure. So
Maintenance. Okay.
Yeah, maintenance procedures like all of the sensor, its equipment, motor.
Did this person specify what equipment he's referring to?
I think the term that you present is about combo and the process going to combo tower.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the combo tower only needs about one big clean once a year. It's like I said, it's a process. All the manure just stays inside of in the tower. It's stainless steel as well. So stainless steel is not something that you have to clean every day. And after a year, we do recommend maybe just get rid of all the manure and compost inside of the compost tower. And then you have to kickstart it again with sawdust. But we only have to do that once. You only have to do sawdust once if you want to start the process, if the whole tank is completely empty. So sawdust is a form of carbon that we add to manure to kickstart the bacterial process.
Yeah.
After that, only we add manure, no effective microbes, no enzymes or other products.
Yeah. So next question is from Vietnam, asking, is it the system like the compost can use for pigs? You recommend for pig as well?
Yeah, it's possible. We actually recommend it to a few of our pig farmers as well. And most likely this person in Vietnam has a biogas, I presume. And what we also have is a separator. And that separator is then being put in front of the biogas. So when you separate manure, you have liquids on one part and you have solids on the other part. And those solid parts coming out of the separator can go straight into the compost tower. You can make compost out of it. Same applies for a manure separator that you can put behind the biogas to remove all the sludge, all the waste. And that can be, it's the same principle. They can be separated. So you have liquids and solids, and then the solids go into the compost tower. So it's absolutely possible.
Okay. The next question is on asking you your opinion about the compost tower and antimicrobial resistance when the products from compost tower is applied on land as fertilizer. So any opinion on the antimicrobial resistance?
Yeah, it's a good product. We have done several tests from the compost coming out of our tower. And there you can see that the organic matter is very high. It's close to 60%. The NPK values are also considered relatively high. I mean, it's not as high as chemical, but it's good for an organic fertilizer.
Yeah.
And if people want, you can always add on your own type of fertilizer to increase its effectivity. You can straight away put it on the land. You can also add some stuff on your own that you prefer, where you can mix with existing products. That's also possible.
All right. So my last question to you, Yap. Since Big Dutchman really focus on the total solution for the value chain system for produce in our livestock sector, can you share with the audience on how the audience could look at the start from each country? Like any idea how they can work with you or what they have to prepare in order to go further discuss? Because I believe someone really interested but also concerned on the economic part. So I want you to address this here. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a good question. It's a fair question as well. So I would say our strength is that we have experience all around the world. So we can learn from people in Africa, Europe, America, South America. And in a lot of cases, they have already been through this situation. Europe, for example, they have also had cages 20, 30 years ago, not anymore. But we take all that experience and we can apply it to farms in Asia. So we can help the customer grow. We can say, for example, what kind of equipment he can buy. Again, he doesn't have to buy everything at once. It can be in steps. It can be modular. And we can advise him based on his type of house. We can advise him based on the climate where the farm is located. We can advise based on the type of manure he gets. So we can, every step we can tell and we can advise what to do and what we think is the best plan. But we have the time. We don't mind if, for example, we supply one machine this year and then the following machine the next year. So that's perfectly fine. And like I said, we're here to grow with the customer, to help him grow his farm, grow his profit, grow the amount of eggs, or maybe grow the amount of processed manure, for example. So yeah, we are there for every step and we have the experience.
Yeah, the best is anyone or any audience, ladies and gentlemen, if you really interested to discuss further, this is for our better world together, because we are living with our business as entrepreneur of doing the farm. So we have to produce the sustainable meat, sustainable egg to the consumer. So please feel free to reach to the Big Dutchman team around the world, around ASEAN, because now I see a lot of from our South Asia friend Joy. So if you don't mind, ask your team to put their contact in chat, then each country could reach to your representative in the country to explore to more information for the system Big Dutchman provide. All right. So thank you very much, for today.
Thank you.
It's really good to see the company is moving ahead and bring innovation to Southeast Asia for sustainable development. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the last part of today. It is about cage-free. No matter what type of cage, the cage-free is now under pressure by the retail and consumer, because they are looking for egg from the chicken that has natural behavior and don't have the human type of treatment. Then the presentation from Big Dutchman can really get into a bigger picture that the farm can manage manual by using the system and even don't produce the carbon dioxide during transportation, because they have like very integrated system and willing to work with all the farms to step by step in development for it. So now, what is the cage-free? It is going to present by Dr. Kate Hatcher. She is from Global Food Partners, and she's based in Europe. So now she is with us here. She's going to spend time for 1 hour on cage-free egg system, how to implement and apply. Yes, Dr. Kate, welcome. Good morning to you.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Thank you very much for that introduction, Rose. That was a great summary and introduction of where I'll take it from here. If you're ready, can I share my screen to present my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, please.
Perfect. Okay. So it's a pleasure to be here with you all today to talk about this topic. My name is Kate Hatcher. I'm the Senior Animal Scientist for Global Food Partners. And today, as Rose mentioned, I'll be talking about cage-free housing systems and their application. So I'll start by introducing our company, Global Food Partners. I'll introduce the various types of cage-free housing systems that are available for producers. And I'll also touch on some of the costs associated with moving to cage-free systems, as this is a topic that we get asked about a lot. I'll also share some of the key findings of a recent research project that we conducted, which was on evaluating egg producers' needs. And finally, I'll share some of our current projects with you. So for a little background on us, Global Food Partners, or GFP, is a Singapore-based multinational consultancy firm. We're one of the only companies in the region that works with both sides of the supply chain. So we work with the buyers as well as the suppliers. So on one hand, we work with food and hospitality businesses to develop and implement their cage-free egg policies. And on the other hand, we provide technical support to egg producers and industry stakeholders to help them transition to and maintain cage-free egg production. So our mission at Global Food Partners is to really ensure that the industry transitions to cage-free production in a sustainable and economically viable way in the long term for everybody involved, the food businesses as well as the farmers. Our team, while the organisation is quite new, our team has more than 50 years of corporate and on-farm experience developing and executing welfare policies and production practices. We've worked with governments and egg industries globally, including throughout Latin America, North America, Asia, and Australia, where I'm currently based. And we've worked on the implementation of cage-free egg standards and transitioning to and maintaining higher welfare cage-free systems. Our current focus, as you can see on the slide in the map, is in Asia, and particularly in Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, China, Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. Bear with me, just going back a slide. So, what does a cage-free system look like? In a well-managed and well-designed cage-free system, hens are given room to move around and perform natural behaviours. They can lay their eggs in a nest, socialise with other birds, forage and dust bathe, as you can see in the video, find litter, and find a comfortable space to rest and sleep. The hens are also given enrichment or play objects to peck at and keep them active. It's very important that workers are trained in cage-free production methods. This includes learning the skills in observation and understanding the bird's behaviour. However, cage-free doesn't always mean higher welfare. To have high welfare, all hens need access to good litter, perches, enclosed nests, and appropriate stocking densities, which is enough room for the hens to move around. If appropriate resources are provided and well maintained, the benefits of cage-free systems include more normal behaviours and improved muscle and bone strength. So the benefits of the system is, of course, very dependent on the resources provided and the management and husbandry, as on any farm. So there are a number of different types of cage-free systems. In this presentation, I'll outline the main ones that are available to producers looking to adopt cage-free production. So we have single level or floor-based systems where all the birds and the equipment are kept on one level inside the shed, on or close to the floor. Think of a single-story house. The kitchen, bedrooms, and living spaces are all on the same ground level. In these systems, the floor can be completely covered in litter, the farm, not the apartment, or a combination of litter and slatted areas. And in these cases, the litter should make up at least a third of the flooring area. There are also multi-tier or aviary systems. Think of a multi-story house or an apartment block. The kitchen might be on the ground floor, the living area and bedrooms upstairs. To move between the different levels in an aviary system, Birds may walk up and down a ramp, or they may jump or fly. These multi-tier systems, aviaries, are often used for large-scale production and are a popular choice of producers who are transitioning from cage to cage-free production, as they maximize the use of vertical space, as you can see in this image. Sometimes birds in cage-free systems also have access to an outdoor area where they can go during the day. The birds come back into the shed to sleep, lay their eggs, and eat and drink. So this is a free-range system. And both multi-tier systems and the single-tier systems can be free-range. Although allowing birds access to the outdoors can come closer to their natural habitat, it also poses new threats that are not an issue in indoor systems, such as predation, exposure to disease from wild animals, and exposure to bad weather conditions. So farmers may choose to keep the hens inside if there is a considerable risk to hen safety, such as extreme weather. There are also systems where hens have access to a covered veranda. Hens exit the indoor enclosure and enter an area attached to the building. This enclosed area is covered with a roof, but generally has lots of daylight and nearly the same temperature as the outdoors, as you can see in these images here. The covered veranda has a floor with litter, and water and enrichments can also be provided. So this covered veranda can offer the best of both worlds in a sense. It offers protection from predators and harsh weather, but still provides the birds with some outdoor circumstances and opportunities to perform natural behaviours. So, when selecting the most appropriate housing system, key considerations are, of course, the cost and availability of the equipment, the size and location of the farm, and personal preference. If the eggs are produced for a specific company or market, there may also be a specific requirement to use a particular type of system to house the hens. Specific guidance on shed design and construction is available from a number of different companies who specialize in this and manufacture the equipment, of course. So single level, multi-tier, free range and veranda systems can all provide a suitable environment for the hens to be healthy and produce lots of eggs. The most important thing to remember is that the system must be well designed and well managed. We know that cage-free eggs cost more to produce than eggs produced from hens in cages. It does vary from country to country, but it's estimated that in mature markets, cage-free production can cost 20 to 40% more than cage production. In the next few slides, we'll talk about some of the key reasons for this increased cost, but it is important to note the production costs vary significantly between individual farms as well as differences between countries. So one of the reasons for increased production costs is simply because the birds eat more. Just like us, when they can move around and exercise, they use more energy and eat more food. Feed alone can represent almost 70% of production costs. Labour costs may also be higher in cage-free systems because farmers spend more time monitoring bird health and behaviour as they're moving around the shed. They need to collect eggs from the floor on occasion and also maintain the environment. There can also, of course, be capital costs required to transition to cage-free systems, and some farmers may need to invest in new housing systems, while others may have existing systems and choose to retrofit these or adapt them to make them cage-free, such as installing various features and equipment like nests and perches. And as mentioned, equipment manufacturers can provide specific advice and associated costs to individual companies, considering the different types of housing systems. The pullets, the young birds up to approximately 16 weeks of age, also need to be raised in a cage-free environment. This is important to avoid issues in the laying period. The cage-free rearing environments can also be more costly than the cage rearing systems for the reasons that I just mentioned. Cage-free pullets are able to move around and exercise and therefore eat more food. However, as mentioned, the cost is highly variable between farms. Let's see if I can change this view so I can see the slides. No. So there is also some good news. The cost of cage-free production should decrease over time. As farmers gain more experience in farm management and disease prevention and treatment, productivity often increases and mortality decreases. We've seen this happen in different places around the world, including North America, Europe, and Latin America. In these regions, as demand and supply increased and farmers gained experience in cage-free production, the cost of cage-free eggs in this region has come down. Bit behind on the slides. Here we go. So we recently conducted a research project to better understand the challenges and needs of egg producers in the countries in which we operate. And this included both cage producers and cage-free. And in fact, most of the participants were cage producers. We had 224 egg producers participate, and they were spread across Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, China, Japan, and the Philippines. And this involved completing questionnaires on their current practices and anticipated practices or perceived needs and challenges. Today, I'll be presenting some of the key results from this research project. So we asked the question of producers, do you think that cage-free systems are an option in your country? And surprisingly, we found that the majority of cage egg producers responded with either yes or maybe, and only 35% responded no. The results are shown here in this slide by country and perceived feasibility of cage-free systems by percentage. When we asked both the cage and cage-free producers about the reasons that some producers were choosing to adopt cage-free systems, we got these results. As you can see, the most common reasons, most common perceived reasons, because a lot of these respondents were cage producers, are for improved animal welfare, as you can see in that green section, and market access in the brown section. So those were the top two. However, despite the level of openness to cage-free systems, when we asked cage producers, do you think more support than is currently available would be needed if you decided to transition to cage-free systems? Almost all of them said yes. Again, the responses are shown here on this slide by country. When we asked them what type of support would they need, the results that they responded with are shown here in this slide as an aggregate across all the different countries that that participated. So as you can see, the top responses include, in order of frequency, training and resources, the provision of technical advice, followed by financial help, and the provision of land, labor, and infrastructure as the top results. Similarly, we asked of the cage-free producers, so the ones already operating systems with no cages, do cage-free farmers need more support to maintain their systems? And as you can see here, most of them said yes. When we asked these cage-free producers about the challenges, we got these responses. So this figure represents the challenges faced by existing cage-free egg producers in maintaining their farm, summarized again for all the countries that participated. So you can see that cost of production was a high reason, disease, management of the system, and production rate, of course. We also asked the producers to propose solutions to these challenges. And these are shown here by frequency of theme that appeared in their answers, again, across all of the countries together. So as you can see, improving farm practices is by far and away the most frequently proposed solution, followed by improved marketing. With regards to the specific challenges in maintaining cage-free farms, we also asked producers about their on-farm practices. I won't go into each of these issues in detail, but the figure shows the difficulty of hen welfare-related husbandry practices. So we had each producer rate the difficulty of these in terms of management, where 1 is easily achievable and 5 is very difficult. So that means the highest columns are the most difficult ones to control. So disease was the highest one in terms of, difficulty of management, the most difficult one to control and prevent disease. So this brings me to talk about our projects and how they fit in with all of this. For the remainder of this presentation, I'll briefly talk about some of Global Food Partners' main projects and how we support egg producers. We're currently establishing 2 model farms, one in China and one in Indonesia. This is in partnership with local and international universities. The training centres will provide practical training in best practices in cage-free egg production and management. Various training, So various industry stakeholders and students can visit to learn, including the egg producers themselves, as well as farm auditors and veterinarians. Here we go. So the Indonesian Model Farm and Training Centre will be located at the University of Gadjah Mada. We held a virtual signing ceremony in June to officially launch this partnership. The housing manufacturer Vencomatic has joined our industry consortium and will provide the housing equipment for the model farm. For the Indonesia Centre, this will be a single-tier flat deck system, which will house approximately 3,000 birds. So a small model size of what good practice looks like that can be scaled up to commercial practice. We are also adding other industry stakeholders to the consortium, including a genetics company and companies that supply lighting, feed, and water equipment, ventilation, and automated control systems. We have also developed an online training course for egg producers, which will be launched shortly. It's called Cage-Free Egg Production, The Basics, and it contains 22 modules covering various topics related to egg production, including topics such as animal welfare, disease prevention, and shed management. It will be available online on an online learning platform in a number of languages, including English, Chinese, and Thai. And following my presentation today, if we have time, I'm not sure how long we've been going for, but we have one of the training videos, so one of the modules that we can share with you today, and that's on the topic of monitoring bird health and behaviour. Lastly, I would like to mention our program of impact incentives for higher welfare eggs. So Global Food Partners is a founding member of the Impact Alliance, a voluntary collaboration between global sustainability programs with standards or benchmarks focused on producers at the beginning of the supply chain. Impact Alliance members work together to define, promote, and oversee the trading of impact incentives. So we have developed the Cage-Free Impact Incentives program for the Asian market. The goal is to help food businesses meet their cage-free egg commitments, accelerate the production of cage-free eggs, and provide financial incentives to producers who meet heightened welfare standards. Impact incentives essentially catalyze the development of a critical supply of cage-free eggs in developing markets, providing a path forward to the physical sourcing of cage-free eggs over a period of 3 to 5 years. So that's the end of my presentation. Really thank you for your attention. I can see that there's still quite a few people that are joined on the call, and it's great to see. So please feel free to contact us with any questions about the content, or if you would like to know more about any of our programs. I just touched on a few of them here today, but we do have a range of different programs aimed at providing support to producers. So I've listed the team email address on this slide, team@globalfoodpartners.com. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doctor. So the question from the Q&A is asking how to manage to get homogeneous, I think it's uniformity of the layer body weight and egg weight in the cage-free system.
Sure. Before we go on to that, we did also have a video that we were going to share.
All right.
Okay. I think that's right. Did we want to share that first or do the questions?
Sure. Yes.
I think that was sort of part of the presentation, just having a little break, if that's okay. But
okay.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, welcome to Module 5, Monitoring Bird Health and Behaviour. In this module, we outline the importance of routine inspections of birds and their environment. We also highlight some of the key areas for observations and record keeping.
All people who are responsible for animals should be aware of normal and abnormal behaviours. Normal behaviours for hens include laying eggs in nests, dust bathing, foraging, and perching. An even distribution of the flock throughout the shed, and calm behaviour. It is particularly important to monitor the birds for feather loss and for birds pecking other birds' feathers. More detail will be provided on this in another module. Hens should be checked regularly and at least once every day, and more frequently in hot or cold weather during the first few weeks after placement and when they first start to lay eggs. When doing daily inspections of the flock and the shed, try to walk slowly and try to walk in the same way each time. Remember what was discussed in the previous module on stock personship. Be calm, quiet, and consistent, so the birds are not stressed and they get used to you walking through the shed. And also remember to use all of your senses. A good technique is to walk slowly up and down the length of the shed until you have inspected the whole flock. If
If you only walk down the middle of the shed, you may not be able to see what is going on near the walls or in the corners. As you walk through the shed, you may notice birds moving away from you as you get closer to them. Think of this like you are entering the bird's personal space. Some individuals may be more comfortable with you being close, while others may prefer more space and will move away as you approach. Chickens have good eyesight. Their eyes are on the sides of their heads, which means there is only a small area directly behind them where they cannot see. If you pay particular attention to the bird's movements and whether they are calm or stressed, you will learn how to walk through the shed without causing fear in the birds. As you walk through the shed each day, it is important to check the following. Bird behaviour. How are the birds behaving? Are they calm? If they are aggressive or acting excitable, flighty or fearful, this may indicate that a problem could be developing and may turn into a big problem, such as feather pecking or cannibalism. Are they active? If the birds are not moving around much, if they are standing or sitting in groups or alone, they could be sick or injured, and they may need veterinary treatment or medication. Sick birds may also have feathers ruffled and seem lethargic, where they are slow and not moving much. Are they performing normal behaviours? Are they perching and playing or pecking at the enrichment objects? Are they dust bathing and scratching in the litter? Or are they behaving abnormally? Are the birds pecking each other's feathers? Are they performing repetitive behaviours, such as pacing in one area where they walk back and forth without a purpose? Or pecking in one specific small spot over and over with no purpose? Abnormal behaviours can be caused by issues in the bird's environment, disease, or a lack of stimulation, i.e. boredom. Bird distribution. Are the birds well spread out? If the birds are standing in concentrated groups, where lots of birds are standing close to each other, this could mean that they feel cold. If they are spread out and panting, where they breathe with their beaks open and spreading their wings out, this shows that they are too hot and the environment needs to be cooled down. Monitoring the distribution of the birds is particularly important when they are young. This is because young chicks are not good at maintaining their body temperature, so they can easily become too hot or too cold. If there are certain areas of the shed that the birds are avoiding, you should investigate the reasons why. For example, the area may be too dark or too bright. There may be a water leak and the floor is wet. Any issues you find should be fixed as soon as possible. Feed and feeders. Is the feed well distributed between the feeders and easily accessible to all birds? Can each bird access the food easily without competition from other birds? Is there a similar amount of feed in each feeder? Are the feeders at a good height so that the birds can eat standing up without stretching their necks? Are the birds eating normally? Are they eating all of the feed until the feeders are empty? Or is there plenty of feed remaining? Are the feed containers being emptied at a normal rate? Decreased feed intake can be a sign of disease, stress, or a malfunctioning of the system. Water and drinkers. Is clean drinking water freely available to all birds? Can each bird drink water without competing, pushing, or aggression with other birds? Are the drinkers at a good height so the birds can drink using normal posture? Normal posture for drinking is standing, extending the neck slightly upwards. Are lots of birds at the drinkers? This may mean that the drinker pressure is too low. Are birds drinking normally? Sudden increases or decreases in water intake can be signs of disease, stress, temperature problems, or malfunctioning of the system, such as obstructions or leakages. Physical appearance. How do the birds look? Feather condition. Look at the feather loss across the flock. Where are feathers missing? On the tail, the upper back, lower back, the neck, or the head? Feather loss on the tail, back, or rump is usually from feather pecking, where birds pull the feathers out of other birds. Loss of feathers on the head is usually from aggression, and feather loss on the neck may be either from feather pecking or from aggression. This may be determined by observing the birds for aggressive or feather pecking behaviour. How much feather loss is there? Can you see bare areas of skin? Is this similar to previous flocks? Check your records for previous flocks and whether this is the same or different at this age. Do you see birds pecking each other's feathers? Are there many birds pecking? Feather condition should be scored regularly. Feather condition and scoring will be covered in more detail in a later module on feather pecking. Are there downy or fluffy feathers on the floor? If so, it can be a good sign because the downy feathers are often eaten if the flock has issues with feather pecking. Comb damage. Look at the comb, which is the red, fleshy part on top of the bird's head. Are there injuries on many of the bird's combs? Similar to feather loss on the top of the bird's head, injuries to the comb could be caused by aggression from other birds. Beak condition. Is beak condition good? Are the birds able to eat, drink, and preen themselves properly with their beaks? We will go into more detail on what to look for when assessing beak condition in a later module. Body condition. Are the birds a good weight and size for their age? Are all of the birds roughly the same size? Or are there big differences in size between the smallest and the biggest birds? Injury and broken bones. Do you see any birds with broken bones? For example, wing, leg, or keel bone? Keel bone injuries can be caused by birds hitting hard structures in the shed, like perches, or from putting too much pressure on the keel when perching. We will go into more detail about the importance of good perch design and avoiding keel bone injuries in another module. Hens are fragile, and their bones can easily be broken. Broken bones are painful and prevent the bird from being able to perform natural behaviours, and can also cause a drop in the number of eggs and the quality of the eggs. Foot pad condition. Are the feet in good condition, and are the birds walking normally? Do you see any sores on the bottom of the bird's feet? Do the feet look swollen or inflamed? Foot problems can be a sign of damp flooring or poor perch design, which will both be covered in more detail in future modules. It can also be a sign of disease. Bird droppings. Do the droppings look normal? Solid or firm, brown in colour with a white top? Do you see any blood or mucus in the droppings? Loose, wet droppings or diarrhea can be a sign of digestive problems or disease, so you should contact a veterinarian for help in diagnosing the problem. End of part 1. Module 5, Monitoring Bird Health and Behaviour, Part 2. Temperature and air quality. What is the temperature inside the shed? Are the birds evenly distributed? Are the heating and cooling systems working normally? What's the air quality like? Is the ventilation okay? Good ventilation systems should be able to remove old air from the shed and replace it with enough fresh air to maintain good air quality and a good temperature. This can be done using mechanical, tunnel, or natural ventilation systems, depending on the location and climate of the farm. Can you smell any ammonia? It is best to keep ammonia below 15 parts per million. Ammonia can be measured with equipment such as ammonia tape or ammonia meters, and it can also be smelled in the air. If you notice a strong smell or feel your eyes watering, this is usually a sign of ammonia. Ammonia is produced by the bird's droppings and can become an issue if the litter or flooring condition is not good and ventilation is not adequate. Keeping ammonia levels low is important for your own health as well as for the birds. It can cause breathing problems and eye problems if ammonia is too high. Tell your manager or supervisor if this is a problem, as it should be fixed as soon as possible. Dust. Can you see dust in the air? Does it irritate your nose? Can you see the end of the shed? Does dust go into the air when you walk through the litter? Other gases, such as carbon dioxide, ideally, if you have the equipment, these can be measured as well. If you regularly notice any gases or dust in the shed, this is usually due to two main things: poor ventilation or poor litter condition, or both. Litter condition. Litter is the name for the material, i.e. sawdust, straw, rice hulls, that is placed on the floor of the shed. It has a number of important functions, including giving the birds material to peck, scratch, forage, and dust bathe in, providing a comfortable place to rest and sit, and absorbing the bird's droppings. What is the condition of the litter? Litter should be kept dry and friable, so when you pick it up, it should fall through your fingers in small pieces, like dry sand or dirt. Are there any areas which are damp or wet? Why is the litter wet? The litter in these areas will need to be replaced as soon as possible and action taken to prevent it becoming wet in future. Are there any areas where the litter is hard? If wet litter is not removed from the shed quickly enough, it can go hard as it starts to dry. Caked litter should be removed and replaced with fresh litter. Poor litter condition can cause health problems in yourselves as well as the birds. More information on maintaining litter will be given in another module. Egg numbers and nest box use. How many eggs were laid? In the nest boxes, on the floor, and in total. If the egg numbers are lower than expected, this may indicate that there is a health or behaviour problem which should be investigated. Are the nest boxes being used? And are they in good condition? Are they a good temperature? Are they clean, dry, and comfortable? Do they provide a private, dark space for the hen to lay her egg? These conditions are all important to encourage birds to lay their eggs inside the nest instead of on the floor, and will save you time and effort collecting them off the ground. It can also improve farm profits. More details on egg production and procedures are covered in a later module. During your daily inspections, if you notice any injured, distressed or sick birds, it is important to treat these birds immediately. If they have wounds, this can quickly escalate and get much worse in a very short amount of time. It can lead to the other birds pecking the injured bird to death. This behaviour can also spread quickly throughout the flock and cause high rates of mortality, where lots of birds can die. If birds are seen to be sick, a veterinarian should be consulted for the proper treatment. Similarly, if many birds have wounds, a veterinarian should be consulted. If you need to give the birds any medication, you should keep records of what type of medication it was, how much was given, when it was given, and for how many days. Ideally, the farm will have an area, sometimes called a hospital pen, that you can put injured and sick birds. This is to separate them from other birds. It can help the sick bird to recover and also reduce the risk of spreading disease to other birds. This area should not be far from other birds. They should still be able to see and hear the other birds. For example, having a pen for sick birds within the shed. Lastly, it is important to record everything you see on your daily inspections. At a minimum, record the number of eggs laid in the nests and on the floor. Record how the bird's feathers look, and keep health records of sick and injured birds and any treatments given. Also, record the number of dead birds and why they died if this is known. Be sure to also record anything you observe that is not normal, so you can keep track of it. To summarize, regularly observe and inspect the birds and the shed environment. This is important for bird health and welfare, as well as for egg production and the farm's profits. Walk up and down the shed in a calm, quiet, and consistent way, at least once every day, and walk the same way each day. There are many things you need to check and observe. This includes bird behaviour and their physical condition, how they are distributed around the shed, the feeders and the drinkers, feed and water intake, ventilation, the litter condition, egg production, and mortality. Also, look for any sick or injured birds and provide treatment immediately. Further information will be given on this and humane killing in later modules. It is good practice to keep records of all these routine inspections and checks. End of Module 5. Thank you for your attention. We hope you enjoyed this module. See you next time.
Hi, Dr. Kate. So very quick question on this, how the audience can access to the module?
Very good question. So at the moment, if you could email us at team@globalfoodpartners.com and we will provide you a link to access it. So it's freely accessible to anybody who's interested. The first 7 modules will be free as well. And we will be launching it soon in English and Chinese. It will be available initially, and we'll be putting it up in more languages as well.
All right. So my next question from the audience here, like how to manage the body weight and egg weight in the cage-free system? Any issue with that?
Also a good question because flock uniformity is of course very important for egg production and for animal welfare. So of course it starts with good quality pullets from a good rearer. So making sure that the pullets are from a cage-free system that is as similar as possible to the laying system. And I mean, it's important to provide adequate space at the feeders and drinkers and an adequate number of feeders and drinkers as well, so that all the birds can access food without competition. And some birds may end up eating less feed if there isn't enough access to the feeders. So that's an important aspect as well. And specific information on the number and the space can be accessed in different, so welfare standards online can provide the specifics for different countries. And of course, it's important to avoid stress in the birds. So maintaining a good housing environment without any potential stresses. Of course, maintaining good flock health is important as well. So just considering all of those aspects, there's obviously a lot that goes into managing birds well, but those are a few key things to consider.
If I understand correctly, the cage-free system is just like similar way you raise the layer according to the manual guide, but it is just like provide the bird to have the natural behavior, and kind of they could do their how to say, dusting and doing on the perching like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The
question.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
the question of the audience asking like how you manage the coccidiosis or enteritis, you know.
mm-hmm.
It's the same.
Yeah, so it kind of ties in with what you were saying. So of course, cage-free is, the ability for the birds to move around and not be housed in cages. But like I mentioned, it's important to provide all the different features so that they can perform normal behaviors and avoid stress. And a key part of this is good quality litter that is maintained in a dry condition. So this helps to prevent problems like coccidiosis. So when the litter is moist or wet, and of course it's quite warm in the shed and there's thousands, if not tens of thousands of birds in the shed, it creates an environment for disease, and the diseases can spread. And then coccidiosis, of course, is a disease that gets spread and through the bird's droppings. So maintaining litter in good dry condition is very important. So it's easier to prevent the litter from getting moist rather than trying to reverse it once it happens. So just keeping an eye on it and working the litter, having a lower stocking density can also help because there's fewer birds in the same area to transmit the diseases. Another thing is, of course, so reducing stress in the flock, and the immune system is closely correlated with stress. So the more stressed the birds are, the more likely they are to get sick. So that does actually compromise immune function. So just behaving in a calm way around the birds, avoiding sudden changes in the diet or sudden changes in the environment is important. And of course, being in close contact with the veterinarian in case there are recurring issues or in case you're not sure exactly what the problems are, they can help to identify the problems and help to prevent the disease from occurring in the first place. But I would recommend becoming comfortable with the birds and understanding their normal behavior and their normal appearance. So if you understand what looks normal, including the droppings, so if the droppings aren't normal in appearance, you can pick it up more quickly and make sure it gets treated on time. So really observing the birds and understanding behavior and physical appearance is also important.
All right, so the question come in is like, do we have the same standard for chicken in pullet period? I think it's all follow the manual guide of the breeders. Can we say that?
Yeah, I mean, there's various guides. We also provide in our training materials, we provide information on rearing as well. But yes, of course, there's many of the similar principles when birds are in the rearing period as well, when they're pullets. Very similar principles to the laying period, but of course it includes brooding. But having, like I said, a very similar environment, reducing stress from the rearing period to the laying period. The more stress there is, or the more different the two systems are, the higher the risk of things like feather pecking occurring, which can be a very bad problem for egg production, and it can cause high mortality. So yeah, we provide information on rearing, and of course, the various breeding companies have some information. The welfare organizations in different regions provide some information, but yes, similar principles, and providing good environment and the features for them to perform normal behaviors, but of course without the nests in rearing.
Yeah. Dr. Kate, I think you work in Europe and many farms already changed to cage-free system. So how you see that the transition or transformation of the commercial layer farm in our ASEAN region can go next?
Yeah, that's a good question. And a lot of the time, what happens in Europe does end up happening in the rest of the world, but just years later, sometimes decades later. I'm actually located in Australia at the moment, but I have visited Europe and visited Asia and America, so familiar with the different situations in the countries. And of course, it does vary depending on the country, what's going to happen. And some countries that we work in, like China, is moving quite quickly, and some large producers are adopting cage-free systems, and these systems can be the multi-tier or aviary systems, like I mentioned in the talk, because it does allow, in terms of the land availability it does allow still a high number of birds to be in this similar land space because it does have multiple levels within the system. So countries like China are sort of moving to those systems, and we've visited, some cage-free farms there. Other countries like Indonesia, and I mentioned in my talk that the training center there will be a single tier because a lot of the farms there, the cage-free ones are still smaller farms and they're still more of the barn single level system. Thailand's moving quickly to cage-free, which is, it's just very dependent on the various countries. But it does seem like there's just so much interest in this topic in the various countries we work in. And every time we, engage in events, and particularly in countries like China, we just get so much interest and people wanting to learn, and great attitudes when we visit as well. Just people, interested in wanting to learn best practices. And I guess I would say, long story short, it does vary a lot by country. But as I mentioned briefly, there's a lot of variability in cage-free systems, and that happened in Europe as well when they went cage-free. And a lot of farms in different areas, in different regions going cage-free had high variability, and do still have high variability with their costs and their production rates, diseases, all different types of things. And that's really coming down over time. So there have been, of course, there's industry knowledge on this, but also research exploring this topic and finding that as years go by, as the producers learn more about the systems and learn more about the birds and how they behave in cage-free systems, it also does reduce the costs, and it reduces the variability between the systems. And so that's something we've seen in Europe. And I think that same thing will happen definitely in Asia as we get more and more experience in this region.
All right. So I think this trend is because everyone have to serve to the consumer at the end. So the retail pressure, the consumer pressure, and of course, during these 2 days, we spend a lot of time on sustainability. Even the traditional way, we are moving toward like making it more sustainability. And the presentation earlier, I even thinking that those kind of chicken manure collection also can use with the cage-free system, because now we have to change our customer, our audience, understanding that cage-free doesn't mean free range only, but it can be whatever you are doing now, but it has to adapt in a way that provide comfort to the hen. My last question to you, I want to get your inspiring idea to our audience that they see kind of it has to do a lot of investment. The product is quite expensive. So do you think that this is going to be a must to do, or it is going to be a 10 years program in terms of that? Then our layer farmers here can get the idea of, like, you are from Australia, or I think most of cage-free already there.
Yeah, so in terms of cost, I mean, definitely with the supply and demand, as supply increases in the region, that's something that can help with the cost going down. At the moment, in some places, cage-free is a very niche thing, and they're still working out, the price premiums and how cost of production relates to the cost at retail for consumers. Sometimes it does take some working out over the years, and the retailers need to work closely with the producers to make sure that they have the right relationship. But as I mentioned, costs, including cost of production, can go down and be a bit easier for the producers in the long term in that respect. And in a lot of the countries we work in, as you mentioned, cage-free isn't a new thing. They've been doing small scale or backyard egg production for a long time, and they they're very familiar with it. And I suppose when I mention cage-free systems, I'm more referencing the larger, modern, more commercial type systems. So that's something that is a newer thing, I suppose, in a lot of places. And so people are still learning about that. And that, of course, can be a lower production cost, of course, with economies of scale. So, yeah, that's something that's a bit different there.
The audience here, if they want to learn more, not only listen to the module, they can access to Global Food Partner team in ASEAN.
Yes, please contact us. We have people working all across the region, and we're available for support and advice. And yeah, please reach out to us with any questions. So yeah, team@globalfoodpartners.com, and we'd be happy to engage with you.
Any particular organization in each country that Global Food Partner working with, like the training center you mentioned about? Yeah, right.
Yeah, we work with a lot of stakeholders, and we like to say that partners, you know, in our name, Global Food Partners is one of our sort of key activities, just really partnering with local organizations. And so our focus and our mission is really to provide support and build capacity in the different regions that we work in, rather than sort of just acting. We are a consultancy company, but we really want to empower local producers and food companies to really understand the issues themselves and to kind of work better and employ best practices where they need that support. So we do work with a range of different stakeholders, from egg producers to food companies, and helping them with their sustainable sourcing policies and implementation of these policies. And something we do quite a lot of is also engaging with academics and universities. So we engaged with the University of Gadjah Mada, as I mentioned. They've been a great partner for establishing the training center, and we also collaborate with international universities on research projects where there's experts overseas to help kind of conduct these experiments in the local context and understand what's happening in the local industries and how we can support, really.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Kate. And ladies and gentlemen, it's come to the end of our Layer Week webinar session. On behalf of Informa Markets, we would like to thank you, like the speaker, and also our platinum sponsor, Kemin Intestinal Health, Big Dutchman, our co-sponsor, the Scorf, Prominent, ADCO, Techno, and also our partners, Global Food Partners, BEPCO, and Animal Husbandry Association of Vietnam. Follow us with the webinar. It's coming next week as well on the other sector, and we will bring you more and more knowledge from experts that we are partner with in the coming episode of the webinar. Follow us on our Asia Livestock Hub. Thank you very much. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you very much.